Check one. There we go. Good morning, everybody. It's your boy DELRAY, Richardson, platinum artist, platinum songwriter, Straight Game TV. Thank you for tuning in. I appreciate your time. Thank you for tuning in once again. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get into some of this straight game.
Blackjack. Life is like some cards. It's not what you dealt, but how you play it. Play each situation correctly. I remember they used to laugh at a brother.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Your boy DELRAY, Richardson, platinum artist, platinum songwriter, Straight Game TV. Thank you for tuning in. I appreciate your time. Thank you again for tuning in. Hit the like button, thumbs up, share the feed. If you have not subscribed to the channel yet, please do. We are definitely back. Day 21 of the Diddy trial, and yesterday was very interesting, ladies and gentlemen. I must say, it was very interesting. They left off talking about Bottega Veneta purses, if you will, and Chanel purses, and peace out to Edward Green, JP Six Gunner, the homie Chuck Dickerson, Sticky Rodney, King Deuce, Ma Dizzle, and everybody else outside the chat who might not be subscribed to the channel. Please do. We appreciate you very much. Like I said, ladies, hopefully today we won't have any break in the feed of the testimony, if you will. And so, yeah, it should be a great day, man. It should be a great day altogether. Trying to get it together, and yeah, but most importantly, it was crazy yesterday. For the people who were tuned in yesterday, we had the young lady who was basically asking Jane was asking after the question was asked about the Bottega Veneta bag. I don't know if she misunderstood Tini Garagos, but she said, how much does a Bottega Veneta bag cost? And she said something about, how much does my body cost? I don't know if that was a mix-up in what she heard, but it just came off the wrong way based on what we're talking about with the freak-offs and all of these other things, right? It came off the wrong way. I didn't know how to take that. I didn't know how to read into that one. That was kind of difficult, if you will. But like I said, yeah, we here, ladies and gentlemen. We here, waiting for everything to get popping. Like I said, she testified also. They kind of tried to clear up the drug thing. Like I said, one time she had said that from LA to Miami, she had carried drugs, if you will. You know what I mean? You know, they trying to make it seem like, you know, they were setting up shop. They had it on and popping, you know, from that perspective. And it just simply wasn't that, if you will, ladies and gentlemen. I really didn't know how to take that. I was like, well, she was using drugs too. So could it have been for her personal use? You know, once again, but, you know, I don't think that they saw it that way. You know, when trying to paint a picture of somebody and allege this great grand conspiracy, if you will, I don't think they saw it that way. So also the judge is not playing. He definitely not playing. He not a lot of people been saying certain things, but the judge is definitely not playing. Um, the judge is not playing. So we're trying to see what's going on. Supposed to be kicking off soon. We want to get it right from the get go. Don't want to miss none of this gavel to gavel coverage, ladies and gentlemen. Uh, click the like button, click the share button. If you have not subscribed to the channel, please do. Um, that reminds me. This, this, that, say. I thought it was interesting when she had asked her about the the um the money. I think I don't think Jane, even though she appears to be, I don't think she really understands like what she did and how it can be viewed. Like I said, we had some people in the chat yesterday talking about how they thought that Teeny Garagos, her testimony was a little bit light. She was going too light on them. Like sometimes you don't need to go heavy. And as we got into the a little bit more into the day, we seen the situation unfold where Jane Doe was like, she played the judge. She was like one of the prosecutors of the defense. She was like, "Can we take a break?" You know what I mean? I don't think, and so Teeny Garagos just said basically that her testimony, or should I say her cross examination, is going to go till tomorrow. So this is going to be really, really interesting. Like, I trip off Tisa tells um uh, Tisa tells is funny because we sit here, for a couple of hours, and we actually be going basically gavel to gavel, and then outside of that, giving different context as to what's going on in the courtroom. And when Tisa tells get on there, she tells it right, you know, um, yeah, it's just a whole different story. If you didn't know no better, you'd be like, man, like what is this? But I guess it works for what it works for, if you will, right? So we still waiting to get started, ladies and gentlemen. As soon as it starts up, get your coffee, get your popcorn, take your vitamins. Who else? Mo Better's in the house. Terrence Taylor, Tune, B-Town Entertainment, um, Keshana Carver, Fatima's in the building. What's good, Fatima? Through Monger. Mama the Great, Peter Bond. Okay. They not going for domestic violence cases, the violence cases. They going for the RICO. But like I said, as far as our over here at Straight Game, our observation has been that a lot of people think, some people come in and they think that they got Diddy dead to rights, and then some people come in and think they got domestic violence, and some people come in and be wondering why we even here, right? And so we're gonna see today. We're gonna see exactly what it is today that they actually got. But like I said, once again, the testimony is very, very interesting. Let's see. So, yeah, yesterday, so it's a lot of things. Like, I got a little bit more information, if you will. So I'm gonna recap a little bit of this information that I got from yesterday, that might have not been as clear. So they talked about yesterday. Diddy stopped paying. How she felt about Diddy not paying rent or stop paying rent, right? And so he said, and he ensured with Robin, his accountant, that the rent gets paid on whatever day of every month it has to get paid, right? And she says, yes. This is Garagos. This is the cross-examination from yesterday. Just wanted to brief you guys up for everybody that wasn't, because we lost the feed on part of it yesterday, right? Yes. And question from Garagos, and that has never stopped, right? She says, no. She says, okay. And even if the rent had not been paid, you would have last month's rent already paid, right? She says, right. Ladies and gentlemen, because the reason why they were going over this is because, the prosecution whole notion is that, they've basically said that Diddy was using the rent as some kind of leverage over her, right? And that simply hasn't been the case, according to what the defense is showing, right? So even if Diddy had stopped paying the rent, she said he had put $40,000 down on the deposit and first and last month's rent, right? And Jane Doe says, right. So that's the interesting part about this. And then she said, she said, right. She said, so that totals about 3 months rent. That was in the landlord's possession if for some reason he stopped paying the rent. And she basically said, right. So everything that they tried to, like I said, once again, if you see the titles that I use, everything that the prosecution has tried to put on with this evidence has not been something that is, it looks like it's helping them out, if you will, right? Question, she said, okay, and then you testified it may have been, right? And Miss Geragos basically asking, can we take that down? Because they had like screenshots and things up in the courtroom. Miss Geragos basically said, can we take that down? The question, she said, you testified it may have been yesterday, but I'm losing my track of days. Frankly, that he offered that he said at one point when you were going to break up that he would then pay 3 months of rent, right? And so, the horrible part about this, right? Diddy saying, okay, cool. He wanted her to sign a contract where basically stating that everything was amicable as far as them breaking up was concerned, right? And so she thought that he wanted her to sign something saying that because he thought that she was a threat and involved in the situation with everything had started happening, the Cassie video, the Cassie lawsuit. So she was thinking along those lines. It simply wasn't that. It simply was the fact that, he wanted to make sure everything was good, you good, I'm good, and this is where we end off, right? So before that happened, he was like, look, he basically said that he would pay 3 months of rent. Do you remember? She says, I do, right? This is a classic case of somebody feeling like they're entitled to something that they're not really entitled to. Whether Diddy was going to pay the rent or not, what did it matter? At that particular point, if y'all were broken up, he was going to give you 3 months basically to go find another place. But she didn't want to leave that lifestyle. I mean, I don't know if people really understand, she's living a lifestyle where she getting Bottega Veneta bags, these expensive gifts and all of that, living a high life, living in a place where she's basically calling it hers, but it's not really hers. As a matter of fact, I don't know if most people have been paying attention. The fact of the matter is that the place was rented. It wasn't even a house that Diddy was buying. He was just basically renting it for $10,000 a month, as you heard them say and mention the landlord. So Jeannie Garrigo says, okay, so at the time when he had said that he would pay 3 months of rent, it would be 3 months of rent plus 3 months of rent that the landlord already had, right? She said, I never really took that into account. But yeah, now that you put it that way, are you kidding me, ladies and gentlemen? So even though Diddy had paid 3 months in advance and told her he was going to pay her 3 months, if they were breaking up, he was going to pay 3 months more. And she was like, oh, I never really took that into consideration. So what was she taking into consideration? She wasn't even thinking. She wasn't even doing the math because she wasn't paying the money. So her whole theory and thought pattern behind that was, well, I'm your girl, you take care of me, and if you don't take care of me and you stop paying the bills, then I'll raise hell, or whatever you want to call it, right? Okay, she said, I never really took that into account, but yeah, now that you put it that way, a question, she said, okay, and in that moment, I think you testified that you felt frustrated, right? When he said that, she said, yes. Why in the hell would you feel frustrated? Y'all understand that? Like, she's the man saying he'll pay 3 more months. So you be in the place for 6 months, a $10,000 a month place for 6 months. And it seemed like, she said, Jeannie Garrigos actually said, okay. And in that moment, after he told you that he would pay 3 more months, you became frustrated, right? She said, when he said that, she said, Jeannie Garrigo says yes. She said yes. She said, question. And all right, at the end of the day, you never actually believed that he would withhold the rent from you, right? Because that's been their whole notion, that he was going to withhold the rent. He's using it as leverage. It's simply not the truth, ladies and gentlemen. Simply not the truth. So this is just key points from yesterday's testimony, where they're basically trying to show that this young lady here is very ungrateful, and she feels entitled to somebody else's money that doesn't belong to her because she's having sexual relations with that individual. Mind you, according to what we understand and know, Daphne Joy, a.k.a. Jane, has a baby with 50 Cent, also who was paying her child support, I think at the tune of $4,700 a month. So it's like, before she met Diddy, she was paying her own rent. You know, now it's like he done raised her up a little bit, put her into place, and, you know, she was basically, you know, the delusion is that the house was rented. She was calling it my house, as if it was, you know, as if it was a house that was actually purchased. You know what I mean? She also stated earlier in her testimony during direct that she was in debt. You know what I mean? She was like, I used 3 credit cards, and the allowance that he was giving me, it wasn't enough. It was like, what? He paying your rent for $10,000, giving you $10,000, and it just was never enough, man. It wasn't never enough. She said, there are definitely sometimes I definitely felt that he would do that, and he used it kind of as a little tool. The rent always just was like a reminder. What do you mean the rent was a reminder? A reminder of what? That you wasn't paying it? You see what I'm saying? You see how people can actually take things and kind of bend it to their will, if you will? You know, so it's like, she was like, it was always a constant reminder of what? That you wasn't paying the rent? You know, from that perspective, I mean, that's basically what she's saying. You know you're not paying the rent. You know he paying the rent. And so whatever that is, right? Question was, well, what he said was, we could discuss 3 more months. All right? That's what we looked at, right? And the answer, she said, that's what we looked at. She said, that's what we looked at. No, the defense is talking about that's what they looked at when they're looking at the facts of the matter, right? And when they asked, so Jeannie Gargo said, well, what he said was, we could discuss 3 more months, right? That's what we looked at, right? That's what they looked at, the defense. And she said, that's what we looked at. Jeannie Gargo said, okay. She said, yes. Man, I can't believe it, man. I can't believe what I'm seeing right here, man. I really can't believe what I'm seeing. It's like, and like, this is verbatim testimony. This is, you know, actual from the transcript in the court, right? I can't believe it. I can't. She said, Jeannie Gargos asked us, and do you remember saying to the government that when he would use it as a tool, that you would then say to him, I'm not Cassie? Listen, y'all. Listen. She said, question was, because this, like I said, a lot of this stuff didn't come out yesterday because we had got cut off. The question is, and do you remember saying to the government that when he would use it as a tool, that you would then say to him that I'm not Cassie and I could make your life hell? Ladies and gentlemen, that didn't come off in the feed yesterday from Inner City Press or the Diddy updates, if you will. She told him, and I quote from Jeannie Gargo, she said, and do you remember saying to the government that when he would use the rent as a tool, that you would then say to him, I'm not Cassie, and I could make your life hell? Ladies and gentlemen, this is the real person coming out now. We were not privy to this yesterday. And then from there, Comey, objection. Could we get the time frame when she said that? Miss Garagos, can we pull it up? Mr. McLeod, 350224, page 11. Oh, I love it when they pull up them old pesky ass facts. The pesky facts, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, man. So, yeah, she told Diddy, she said, I'm not Cassie. I can make your life hell. Wow. And you got to understand, she's testifying to this in court yesterday and basically saying I can make your life hell. And this man is actually still paying her rent right now. Right? Comey then says, Your Honor, I don't think there's a basis. The court, hold on. I take a step back. She's telling the prosecution. Ms. Guerra goes, let me take a step back and I'll rephrase, right? So she's going to rephrase the question, right? So that same question in regards to the Cassie and her saying that I'm not Cassie, I can make your life hell, right? So the question, so the question, she says, do you remember saying to the government that when he would use the rent as a tool, that you would tell him, I'm not Cassie, and I could make your life hell? Right? Asking her, does she remember when she told the government that? Right? And then she said, there was only one argument that, hold on. She said there was only one argument that we had towards the end when I had hit my wall and I was depressed over these nights and we got on the phone. He was consoling me and then smoothly, she said he was consoling me and then he smoothly inserted that. So what? Do you need 3 or more months rent? Right? So Diddy's asking her, she said they hit the wall. She mad, right? They talking on the phone. And Garagos is asking her, do you remember when you told him that you not Cassie and you can make his life hell, right? And she says basically there was only one argument that we had towards the end when I had hit the wall and I was depressed over the nights and we got on the phone and he was consoling me and he smoothly inserted that, right? And now, so this is what she thought. I think she thought that like he was supposed to just take care of her. So, and then bringing up Cassie, you can see what the motivation was. The motivation was truly more money than it was anything. Why would she bring up Cassie? Oh, I'm not Cassie. I can make your life hell. So that was if she was saying that was her little veiled threat. Diddy was like, so what, you need 3 more months rent? Because if we're not going to be together, he basically saying, I'm not going to pay your rent no more. You ain't going to be with me? Okay, cool. You can pay your own rent. You can pay your own bills, right? And so she was kind of in her feelings about that. And it's like, how do you get in your feelings about somebody you're not going to be with paying your rent? Just like right now, ladies and gentlemen. And he's still paying her rent at this particular point right now. And it didn't even matter whatever he thought. I don't think he thought it would end up here. But shit, she's still in court right now testifying against him. So it didn't matter. He might as well have cut his losses, if you will, from that perspective. And so she said he was consoling me, and then he smoothly inserted that. So what? Do you need 3 more months rent? And that infuriated me because it didn't feel genuine. Ladies and gentlemen, did y'all hear what she was saying yesterday? That she was just acting and going along and doing what she thought he might wanted her. She was going along and doing what she thought Diddy wanted her to do. And now she's talking about genuine. She said that infuriated me because it didn't feel genuine. The previous talk of consoling me, etc. And then we had some really nasty text messages, exchanges, if you will, right? And I did bring up and say about his exes, about Cassie. Wow. The question, Okay, so this was the phone conversation that we spoke about yesterday. Answer: the phone conversation detailed the consoling, and then the threat about the rent, and then the text message is what you guys have. The defense says, okay, following that argument. Wow. Yeah, you can't, like I said, you can't make this shit up, man. You can't make it up. Like I said, ladies and gentlemen, a court will start today at 1 o'clock. Let's move along. Let's move ahead. Let's see. She said, answer on the phone call. A question on the phone call, yes. And then after he was consoling you, right? That's when he brought up the 3 months rent. And that made you really upset, right? She says, yes. Question. And then that's when you said, I'm not either one of your exes. And you fought back to him, right? Right? She said, I think it was on the text message that I said those things. See, she wants her to admit where she said it at so she doesn't have to point it out to her. Amazing. Wow. I mean, most women would be hella pleased to have somebody that, minus doing all the other things that she knew that he liked. And you can exit stage left at any time. She said, I think it was on the text messages that I said those things. The question now is, all right, now after you got the house, he sent you, I think you said, a random wire of $20,000, right? So think about it, ladies and gentlemen. In April of 2023, Diddy rented this house, right? He said, and the question is, all right, now after you got the house, he sent you, I think you said, a random wire of $20,000, right? She says, yes. Hold on. See, because they didn't talk about this. She said, hold on, look. He sent the random wire of $20,000, right? She said, yes. The question, and that's because you needed furniture for the home. And she says, yes. And the question says, and obviously it was going to cost a lot of money to furnish, right? And she says, yes. And you were grateful for the $20,000. And she says, yes. Remember the ungratefulness and how she's proven it, right? Like, she said, yes. And the question is, and you wanted to use that money to get furniture that was up on his taste level. She said, yes. She said, hold on, check it out. So he gave her $20,000 for the furniture, right? On side of, paying the rent, on side of her allowance, right? We ain't gonna call him Puff Daddy. We gonna call him Trick Daddy. He ain't gonna change his name. Diddy out here tricking for day. What they say, they ain't tricking if you got it. That's a goddamn lie. Stop it. It's all good, man. You know what I mean? It's all good. She said the question, and she said, and we looked at some photos of the house yesterday. And you really got nice furniture for the home, right? She said, yes. And some of that you paid for, yes? She said, yes. And some of it he paid for, right? She said, yes. And then it says, Jeannie Garrigo says, all right, I want to go back to the beginning of your relationship with Mr. Combs that you testified about. And you talked about going to his house in November of 2020. Hold on. What the fuck? Hold on, y'all. Ladies and gentlemen, hold on. This is some new shit right here. Check this out. She said, and this is something that we didn't know yesterday. Jeannie Garrigos is asking, all right, I want to go back to the beginning of your relationship with Mr. Combs that you testified about. And you talked about going to his house in November of 2020 with your friend who had been seeing him, right? Ladies and gentlemen, we didn't know that. We didn't know that she went to Diddy's house with one of her girlfriends who had been dating Diddy. This has just come up. Dark Skin Tremaine, Simp Daddy. I appreciate that. Ladies and gentlemen, look, I want y'all to understand. So we didn't know this. Like I said, we had lost communication yesterday. We didn't know that this young lady, Jane, a.k.a. Daphne Joy, allegedly, from what we understand, who has a baby from all descriptions with 50 Cent. We didn't know that she, how she met Diddy was the same way that, I think, who was the other girl that testified down in Florida that she met Diddy with her girlfriend? I think that was Mia. No, I don't think that was Mia. It was, I forgot. It was another young lady that testified that she met Diddy through a friend that was dating him, right? She said, oh, wow. Oh, no, it was her. It was her. So she had went to his house, yeah, and met him through a friend that was already, because we didn't know who she was at the time. It was kind of like a surprise witness, right? Okay, so it was her. We did see that. But to go back, like I said, because she had been under direct testimony for so long, it's like you say, you kind of do get lost a little bit, right? So, yeah. So she met Diddy through a friend, and she went down to his house. Oh, these motherfuckers something. Woo. She said, the question says, and your friend, the question is, and she had been seeing him for a couple of years, right? The answer is, I believe so. Question, she was one of many, you would say, right? Yes. Wow. So this, ladies and gentlemen, like I said, this is the direct testimony from the transcript. She said, question, I think you said she wasn't engaged at the time, but she was seeing somebody else. And the answer is yes. And then the question is, and she had been seeing him as well as Mr. Combs, meaning the person that she was seeing other than Diddy, her friend. She's talking about her friend was seeing Diddy and somebody else who she ultimately got engaged to, and they got married, right? She says yes. Wow. She said, and so you felt a little bit hesitant when he was trying to flirt with you. She said yes. And the question is, because you knew your friend had strong feelings for him, right? I knew that they were involved, yes. That's what she said. I knew that they were involved, yes. So she kind of upstaged her friend. That's crazy. Question, and they had been seeing each other. She said when they had been seeing each other, she said she had feelings for him For 2 years, right? Yes. So, see, this is the so disingenuous, right? So the question before was, because you knew your friend had strong feelings for him, right? And she answered, I knew that they were involved, yes. And then Jeannie Garagos doubles down again and says, and they had been seeing each other. She had strong feelings for him for 2 years, right? Then she says, yes. Wow. And the question now, and you also knew that there were a lot of things that made you conflicted about this. For example, the person that was really close to him, that you had a relationship, right? Meaning her friend who was really close to her, who had a relationship. So she was conflicted in her approach, or should have been anyway, in her approach and trying to get with Diddy. And her answer was yes. He said, question, and then you also talked about how he and your child's father also did not get along. 50 Cent. Yes. And so when you did start your relationship with Mr. Combs, a privacy, as you said, was of the utmost importance, right? Yes. Jeannie Garagos wasn't playing, man. She wasn't playing yesterday. It's going to be even better today when court starts. Like I said, I'm just giving you some of the stuff that from the actual court transcript. And she said, so basically asking, because she told Diddy when they first met that she had a baby by 50 Cent. And basically 50 and Diddy didn't get along. And she basically say, and so when you did start your relationship with Mr. Combs, privacy, as you said, was an utmost of the utmost importance, right? She said yes. Question, it was important that your relationship was essentially on the down low, right? Remember, and the reason why Jeannie Garagos is getting at this, because she testified that, she wanted the relationship to be public. She wanted it to be this. She wanted it to be that. This is, after she gets in and everything starts to, really blossom. And she didn't really want, because she didn't want 50 to know, because that would mess up her money with him. And that would mess up the situation with 50. You see, she playing both sides against the middle, if you want to be perfectly honest. Miss Garagos, she says, okay, so can we pull up for the witness? P6AWCOM 2 and the parties only defense exhibit 3003. So they was about to show her an exhibit, right? And she's basically she says, and Jane, this is behind the tab of your binder, and this is a short exhibit. But if you could review it, right? So they're asking her to review the exhibit, and then they're going to get into the questioning. She says, thank you. The question, and just let me know when you're done reviewing it. And she says, okay. Question, okay. So is this a message between you and Miss Karam? Yes. Question, from April 9th of 2021. She says yes. Christina Karam is Diddy's personal assistant, his main personal assistant, if you will. Jeannie Garagos, she says, all right, we offer this under seal, Your Honor. I believe without objection. Comey, no objection to it coming in under seal, Your Honor. The court defense exhibit 3003 will be admitted under seal. And like I said, don't really know why they admitted it under seal. Let me see. Garagos, can you show this to the jury? Question. So this is about your 4 months. So she said, so this is about 4 months after your relationship starts with Mr. Combs, right? She said, yes. So this is basically like 4 months after she started a relationship with Diddy. Her and Christina Karam are going back and forth for the message, and so they entered that message into under seal. I wonder if Christina Karam is going to testify, if you will. But the funny part is how she made it seem so, like I said, it ain't if you like them, and all of that. How she made it seem so, so innocent as to, she was trying to earn her spot. She was trying to take her little girlfriend spot, if you will. She said, the question, and you say to Miss Karam, KK, we got. She said, and you said to Miss Karam, KK, we got paped, right? Yes. And were you concerned at the time because nobody really knew you were in a relationship together? Yes. I don't know what that means. She said, we got paped, right? What the hell does paped mean? She said, it was important for you guys that it essentially stayed on the down low because of many different reasons, right? The answer. She said, I don't want the public to know that we were in a relationship at that point. And Jeannie Garagos says, okay. So she wanted the relationship on the down low, right? And then talking about, I'm not Cassie when she don't get her way, man, this is crazy. She said, okay. She said, Jeannie Garagos said, okay. And you say to KK, can you have him call me, please? I don't know what to do. So when she said, we got paped, this is about 4 months after they, or papped, right? This is about 4 months after they began dating. She said, well, KK, we got papped, right? And I'm trying to figure out what the hell does that mean. And she's asking Christina Karam, can she have Diddy call her? She said, I don't know what to do. And the answer is yes. And KK says yes. When? Where? Right? And she says yes. Oh, I think she's okay. I think it was it's popped, paped, the paparazzi, right? So I think they had been discovered. I think that might be the situation where 50 Cent got mad. Wow. The question, KK says when, where, right? She says yes. And the question, and then you link to a website about where you guys got pictures taken by the paparazzi. So she said paped, but I think it means popped. It's Papped, which means a paparazzi, right? She says yes. And the question is, can you please go to page 3 of the exhibit? She's asking her. And you say, I'm shaking, right? She says yes. because you were worried. You didn't want to be out there in the open. Wow. She said, you didn't want it to be public at the time, right? She says, yes. And KK responds, I showed him, he said, I showed him, and there are other people in the pictures. That helps it. So basically, they got hit by the paparazzi, right? So she saw the paparazzi photo in a magazine online somewhere. She calls up Diddy, calls up Christine and telling her that the paparazzi caught them on film. And she was like, well, I showed him, but there's other people in the background. So that kind of help shit. You know what I mean? He said, don't panic. He has friends that came over to his house all the time, right? She says, yes. Oh, right. Question. And so you wanted at this point, did your friend know that you were in a relationship with him? No. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. And your child's father didn't know either, right? No. Oh, wow. Wow. So, man, listen, if they haven't shown that, and like I said, a lot of this stuff yesterday, like I said, we had got caught off. And so basically she got caught by the paparazzi. Remember, she met Diddy through her friend. So she sleeping with Diddy now for about 4 months. She got hit by the paparazzi. Her friend don't know that she dating Diddy. 50 Cent don't know that she dating Diddy. And so now the paparazzi got her, right? She got shot by the paparazzi, like Exhibit song say, right? Paparazzi. Wow. 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 My thing is like, and I don't know, I was wondering if she still had a relationship with 50, you know, off and on or whatever. Ah, man. She's messy. Wow. So she said, and the person close to Combs didn't know either, right? She said no. Her friend didn't know. 50 didn't know. Question. So it was important then that you keep your relationship private at the time, right? She said yes. Question. When you were in Miami, that trip, you talked about how one of the friends that you were with had drugs, and so they get into the drug thing, right? Let me see. She said when you when you were in Miami on that trip, you talked about one of the friends that you were with and some drugs, and you weren't sure about that, Mr. Combs. I think she's talking about the time. She said yes, took the drugs to the studio. So you knew in November or December of 2020 that he would purchase those drugs, right? She said yes. Question. And then you asked, is it safe, right? She says yes. And the question, and he kind of laughed. You said, right? Yes. She said, the question, all right. And so you also testified that during that trip, you were drawn to him instantly. Do you remember that? And she says, yes. You found that he was really hospitable. She says, yes. the question, what kind of things did he do on that trip for all of you that you thought was really hospitable? The answer, I just could appreciate that he had like the time of the yacht and pull up in the evening. A question, so there was a yacht for all of you? She says, yes, in the evening. Wow. Mm-mm-mm. She said, yeah, for all of you, he said, the question, she said, yes, in the evening. The question, it came to dock at 2-Star Island? She said, yeah. Question, and that was really fun. Answer, that was really nice, yeah. Question, and you found, and he was with you guys on the yacht, or was it just you and the girls? He was with us. Question, so you thought he was really nice and really funny and really hospitable? She said, yes, I did. Wow. That's crazy, man. She said, the question, she said, and then you guys started flirting with each other after. She said, yes. Miss Garagos basically asked, she said, can we pull up what's already in evidence as 8 and 906 and go to page 11? Question, and you say to him, this is December 1st, 2020. Is that right? Yes. You say, laughing out loud, we had so much fun. And at some point, I felt like I couldn't be myself. I didn't want to step on anyone's toes. Wow. So the question is, it was on December 1st, 2020. Is that right? And she says, yes. And the question is, you say, she's reading the text to her. She said, you say, we had so much fun. And at some point, I felt like I couldn't be myself. I didn't want to step on anyone's toes, just in case you felt I was a little off. But just know the vibes were really great and you were a gentleman and your energy was addicting. I'm happy I got to see this side of you. I had a lot of fun celebrating you, love, and I hope you did it too. And I hope you did too, right? She says, yes. That's what she wrote to Diddy. She said, I had a lot of fun celebrating you, love, and I hope you did too. Right? She said, yes. Question. She said, what was addicting about that trip, or what about his energy was addicting? She's asking her. She said, the answer, just charismatic, really charming, really funny. Miss Garagos, if you go to page 17 of this exhibit, you could put it side by side with 18, if it's easy, right? The question, then he starts telling you this on the 7th, right? Come to Miami this weekend, right? Yes. Woo! She don't want to step on nobody's toes though, right? Wow. Mm-mm-mm. He said, so come to Miami, right? The question. And so pretty soon after you first saw him, he's inviting you down there, right? She says, yes. Miss Girl goes, okay. And so you can take this down. Question, you go to Miami for a baby shower, right? Maybe a month later. She says, yes. I went to Miami for an event. Yeah. Question, an event. Okay. She said, mm-hmm. Wow. Question, she said, and I may have made that up. I don't know where I got that. She said, and he got you a hotel that trip. Yes. So, I don't know. She said, oh, man. Oh, man. So, hold on. So, Jeannie Garagos asked her, she said, and so you can take that down, the question. She says, and you go, she said, you go to Miami for a baby shower, right? Maybe a month later. And the answer is, I went to Miami for an event. Yeah. An event. Okay. Mm-hmm. And so, what she did was, Jeannie Garagos knows why she went to Miami. It was really to see Diddy, but I think probably in the communications of it all, what didn't come out is she probably told 50 that she had to go to Miami for a baby shower. Because Jeannie Garagos says, she says, and I may have made that up. I don't know where I got that. That's funny. She said, she said, and then hold on. And then after that, she said, I may have made that up. I don't know where I got that. And he got you a hotel that trip, right? Because see, if she coming, like say for instance, if you coming somewhere, right, for a different occasion other than you just meeting Diddy and all of this, then, you're going to be staying at somebody's house, got your own hotel or whatever it is. And basically saying, she was basically saying, and you lied to somebody about where you were going to get down there to this trip. Wow, this shit is crazy. She stepped on us. Toes stepped on. Yeah, absolutely, man. Absolutely. Queen for life. Everybody that came back into the building, man, I appreciate y'all. Let's continue. This is interesting because, man, you see how people moving, how she moving. Oh, she moving reckless. She's like, I'm not Cassie, though. I can make your life hell. She said, mm-hmm. So Jeannie Garagos basically just called her out because she know why she said she was going on that trip. Remember, this is 4 months in, ladies and gentlemen. She's trying to keep it on the low. I don't know if she still had a relationship with 50 or not, but hold on, check it out. And this is the cold part. Check it out right here, look. She went down there for a baby shower, but this is where it gets a little bit, ooh, man. Oh, man. She's like, I don't know where I got that from. She's like, mm-hmm. I know where you got it from. You got it from him. Because that's what I told him. So here we go. She said, yes. She said basically, and he got you a hotel that trip. She says, yes. Okay. You ended up staying for about 5 days for that baby shower. She says, yes. Question. And that was a really, really fun trip, right? It was. Did you fall in love with him on that trip? Oh, man, this shit is funny. She said, did you fall in love with him on that trip? The answer, I was starting to fall for him pretty hard, yes. Okay. And you've told the government in the past that he seemed pretty excited but also a little bit nervous on that trip, right? She said yes. ah. And she asked the question, why did you perceive him as being a little bit nervous? And then she says, well, later on, he told me that because we had our first initial big night, and the next day that he wanted to have more of a calm dinner, and he was telling me that he was just so excited to finally have this like time and date time with me that we had overdone it with drugs and stuff. So shit, on the first time she met him, she was doing drugs. What the hell? Wow. She said basically initial night, and then the next day he wanted to have more of a calm dinner. So basically, man, Jeannie Garagos just subtly pointed out that she lied. And what she was trying to do, because if 50 paying attention to this, is basically point out the fact that whatever she may have told 50 at that time, or whoever she told it to, or if she told her girlfriend or whoever she told it to, that she was going to Miami for a baby shower, that wasn't the truth, right? And so she said basically he was telling me that he was just so excited to finally have this like time and date time with me that he had overdone it with drugs and stuff, right? That he came in with like all this energy and he felt like he kind of ruined it. But I was okay. I was okay with his energy. And so there's, she said, so that's where I kind of now, after he revealed that, then I could see why he seemed a little nervous in the beginning. Amazing. At this time, they took a little sidebar. So they are putting on the sidebar. On the sidebar, they asking for, we have cough drops. We're checking on it right now. Comey. Comey said, just so the record is clear, there's a juror who is coughing. We've given the deputy a bottle of water. We've offered cough drops. So a jury was coughing. Okay, now they're back from the sidebar, ladies and gentlemen. Check it out. Question. After this trip, you go to Turks and Caicos and the Bahamas with Mr. Combs, right? She says yes. And I think you said you fell even deeper into your feelings on that trip. She says yes. So they go to Turks and Caicos and to the Bahamas, right? She said, she felt deeper in love, right? The question, you said it was a lust-filled and passionate trip, right? She says yes. Question. You've talked a lot about Mr. Combs speaking about his fantasies and foreplay during hotel nights. Did he speak about those things when you guys were making love or having sex in the Turks and Caicos and Bahamas trip? Answer. I would say that watching pornography started then pretty heavily. That we would, during our lovemaking, he would have the pornography playing. Yeah, Diddy's definitely a cuck. Yeah, he's a cuck, for real. Wow. Cuck daddy, not Puff Daddy. Cuck daddy. Crazy. I'm surprised they didn't try to go and lead with that in the news, right? He would have pornography playing in the background while they had sex. And he would say little things at the time. Question. What were those little things he would say even back then? Wow. So it started early. So he would say, she said basically, what were the little things that he would say back then? Just he wanted me to focus on the man in the video. What the fuck? Dude, oh wow. So they having sex and watching porn. And Diddy tells her, I just want you to focus on the man in the porn video. Wow. And the question, she said, and would you? She said, would he play pornography every time that you were making love? Wow. She said, would he do that every time that you were making love? She said, yes. Here and there, it was a mix. Question. She said, it was a mix, but it started, you would say, on that trip. She says, yes. She said, and that was February 2021, right? She says, yes. Check it out now, ladies and gentlemen. Peep the move. Question. At the end of that trip, I think you said he gave you money, but you didn't have to ask for it, right? She says yes. Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. Check it out now. She said, and he sent you a wire, I think approximately of $10,000. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I want y'all to understand something. This is the first time that they the second date that they're on. So Turks and Caicos, and this is where a lot of people were saying like, oh, Diddy gave her $10,000 to them. At this particular time in Turks and Caicos, most people got it wrong. They didn't have no freak off. They was together and they was watching porn and having sex. So then after that trip, basically said, question was, at the end of that trip, I think you said he gave you money, but you didn't have to ask for it, right? She says yes. And he sent you a wire of, I think, approximately $10,000. She says yes. And you were really grateful, right? She said yes. You thought that was really nice. She says yes. Listen, check it out now. The question, she said the question was, you thought that was really nice. She said yes. Question, because you had child care and other things you had to take care of, right? Yes. Question. And so you accepted it when he gave it to you? Yes. Now, he ain't had to do that. He ain't had to give her nothing. You know, did he know who your baby daddy is? You know, some dudes would have been like, he paid child support, I mean, you pay child support. Okay, cool, we kicking it. But he, you know, looked out like, okay, cool, you kicking it with me. You know what I mean? Know you've been down here for a couple of days. You know, here you go. And I mean, the money wasn't really nothing at that particular time for him. Drop in the bucket. You know what I mean? And so, the question, and you accepted it when he gave it to you, right? She said, question, all right. You also talked about a time that you had, he said that you had took a large ecstasy pill on that trip, right? She says, yes. Question, and when you took that, you said you had a pretty bad reaction, right? She says, yes. And then KK helped you after that, right? She said, yes. She said, and KK helped you after that, right? She said, yes. Once again, KK is Diddy's assistant, right? She said, yes. Question, what did she do to help you with that bad reaction? The answer, she turned on the shower and she got me in the shower and everybody was just kind of around and making sure I was okay. Question, okay. Answer, yeah. The question, and even after you felt better from that bad reaction, right? How long until you took the next ecstasy? Answer, I would say maybe a couple of days or so. Question, and then you took that on your own, right? He provided it to you. He said, well, basically, actually, after she had the bad reaction, how long was it before you took your next tab of ecstasy or whatever, right? And basically, she said the question, and then you took that on your own, right? He provided it to you, right? Answer, he provided like a smaller dose of it. Question, and you took it, right? Yes. Now, the reason why that's so important, because in the direct, she was like, you know, he gave it to me. Like, you know, like kind of like he shoved it down my throat. You know what I mean? That's how she made it seem. So now she's going to throw up a contrast. She's throwing up the contrast. Garrett goes, could we look at this? Could we look at this is not admitted, but the government exhibit E161 and E162, can we put them side by side up on the screen? Those aren't in your binder. And the question, have you looked at before we started? This is E161. Have you looked at this video before? She says, answer, I have, yes. Miss Garrett goes, we would, she said, we would, with Miss Comey's consent, we move to admit government exhibit E161. Miss Comey, no objection if it's under seal, Your Honor. Miss Garrett goes, under seal. They sealing everything. It's a lot they don't want us to know, man. So they're looking at the video, and Miss Garagos asked, she said, where is this? And the answer, she said, this portion of the trip was in the Bahamas. Question, is that you sitting there with Mr. Combs? She says, yes. The question, and that's the next villa that you stayed at? She said, yes. Ms. Garagos, if we could go for the witness and the parties only to E165. This is evidence, exhibits of evidence, right? The question, did you take this video? Answer, she said, I did. Ms. Garagos, with the government's consent, I believe we'd like to admit E165. Comey, no objection. So as they're showing the videos, they're admitting them as evidence, right? The videotape played. So is this Turks or Bahamas? She said, this is Turks. Question, and this is one of the videos that you say you'd like to take of Mr. Combs when you were together? She says, yes. Question, and you're really enjoying your time on the beach there, right? She says, yes. Question, okay. Then at the end of this trip, I think you testified that, hold on, check it out. She said, yes. Question, okay. And then at the end of this trip, I think you testified that, or maybe you didn't, that he gave you bags and shoes and a bracelet and money. Do you remember that? She said the answer, I believe it was before this trip, kind of, I think around the first time that we went to dinner, right? Wow. So I think Diddy bought her the Bottega Veneta bag, I think some Christian Louis Vuittons, a love bracelet, and just to give you a roundabout ballpark figure, I think he probably dropped about 25 grand, $20,000 easy. You know what I mean? On that stuff. You know what I mean? A love bracelet could go anywhere from 10 to 8 to, depending on whether it's white gold or gold, right? Bottega Veneta bag, about $5,000. Christian Louis Vuittons could be about $1,700 to $2,000. $1,700 to $2,000, right? So this is the first time they met, he dropped that kind of money on. And then, listen, and then not only that, remember, he gave her the $10,000 after the trip to Turks and Caicos in the Bahamas that she stayed for like however many days, right? No. That was after the first trip. When she went to Miami, she stayed for 5 days. He wired her $10,000 after that, right? So the question, okay, then at the end of this trip, I think you testified, or maybe you didn't, that he gave you bags and shoes and a bracelet and money. Do you remember that? Answer, I believe it was before this trip, like around the first time that we went to dinner. And that was, remember, she said he sent her $10,000, but she didn't talk about the bags and the shoes and stuff. That 5-day Miami trip, there was shoes, bags, and a bracelet. Question, what was the bracelet? It said love. Wow. Tina Garagos is great. She just smoothing it out, man. Wow. So on the first time that Diddy got with her, right? He bought her a Bottega Veneta bag. Man, all of that, right? So the question, she said, what was the bracelet? It said love. Question, and did you pick that out? Answer, yeah, I sent him a picture of it. And he said to get it. Answer, so then he got you that bracelet. So look, ladies and gentlemen, see, this is another thing. So she sent him, see, once again, just couldn't be a regular old bracelet. Couldn't be something regular, you know what I mean? She sent him a picture of the love bracelet, right? And he like, yo, go ahead and get it. It's all good, right? He ain't tripping. You know what I mean? So basically question, so then he got the bracelet. She says, yes. We get into it all, ladies and gentlemen. Check it out. Watch this. She said, yes. Question, then how many shoes did you get? She said, the answer, I think it was like one pair of shoes and one bag. Question, what was the bag? She said, Bottega. Wow. I mean, like I said, most people, people who know, they know about Bottega Veneta, right? But people who don't know, they don't know about Bottega Veneta. That shit is really expensive. Like I said, really expensive. Like a little bag like this run you $7,000. You know what I mean? You be like, what the hell? What? You know, this stuff, ladies and gentlemen, that Diddy's buying her, she couldn't afford herself. You know what I mean? Let's be real clear. He's blowing her mind with these gifts and how he's spending it. And then he dropped 10 on her. You know what I mean? Like, here you go. You know what I mean? She like, oh my God, she just hit the jackpot. You know what I mean? Because I don't know what 50 was doing for, but from what the 4,700, I think he was paying a little bit more than they got into some kind of public spat or whatever. Yeah. Wow. So the question, she said, and you were happy with these gifts, right? She said, yes. And the cold part, and like I said, she didn't even care. Check this out. And at this time, when you guys were in Turks and the Bahamas, and even before, he told you that he was seeing many women, right? Yes. Question, is that something he was upfront with you about in the beginning? She says yes. She said, what did he tell you about seeing many women? He just expressed to me that he was dating. He was just dating. Question, and what term did he use to describe his dating life? He said polyamorous. Question, and you were okay with that? Answer, I was okay with dating him, yes. And knowing that, yes. Question, you didn't exactly love that he had multiple other girlfriends, right? At first, it wasn't something that I minded. That money make you look the other way, man. That money make you look the other way. You know what I mean? People sitting here, and like I said, you seeing it first, right here in front, in front of your face is like, man, that money make you look the other way. They don't care, man. A man can have, if he got money, he can take care of all the women. She can have 10 of them. What they gonna do? You gonna leave me? Okay, cool. And you see why they don't leave is because where else could she go and have a lifestyle that she was having, even though she was claiming that she didn't like to do all of these other things that in text messages that she was setting up, that she said she enjoyed, that she was gonna give him an all-star party and all of these other things, right? It's contrary basically to what she was talking about, if you will. So it's like a revisionist type thing going on, She said, I was okay with him dating, yes, and knowing that, yes. She said, you didn't exactly love that he had multiple girlfriends. She said, at first it wasn't something that I minded. It was, I was just getting to know him too. But then later on, as emotions grew deeper, right? So, whatever, dude. She talking about emotions growing deeper, and then she was getting mad about some girl getting a Chanel bag. Like, what are you talking about? And yes, question. As you got some, she said, as you got some more and some more, she said, question, as you got some more and more in love with him, it was harder that he had a lot of other girlfriends, right? Answer, what was hard for me was the imbalance in treatment. Listen to this, ladies, this is crazy. The imbalance in treatment. When I walked into this relationship, I thought that, he was just evenly dating. I don't know what that means. So basically, she thought that he was evenly spending his money with with everybody across the board. So when he was with her, she got a Bottega Veneta bag and Christian Louis Vuittons and a love bracelet too. I got one too. We all getting the same thing. She said she just thought that he was just evenly dating. And then as many more years passed, then, it was definitely difficult when there became a relationship that was very publicly looked like a monogamous committed relationship that I didn't get signed up for. So basically she's saying that I think Young Miami, right? When Diddy started seeing her and they were out representing, and he looked like he was representing her in a fashion where they had a real relationship going on. Question, I'll get to that relation. I know what you're talking about. I'll get to that in a little bit. But do you remember right after the Turks and Caicos trips, you had another girl fly in? She said, but do you remember right after the Turks and Caicos trip, he had another girl fly in on a trip that he was on? Answer, I believe when I left, you're talking about in the Bahamas. Question, that's right. She says yes. She says yes. And then he flew in a couple of more girls. A question, that was something that even then, even though you weren't as deep in love with him as maybe later in the years, that bothered you, right? She said, yeah, definitely. She said, yeah, it was definitely something new to see. It was shocking even then. Question, even then, because you had just had kind of a wonderful 20 days with him, right? She says, yes. Question, and he was, from your perspective, so easily able to shift to another girl. And she said basically, yes. That bothered her, that he could just smash her and go on with other women. Whatever, man. So she became bothered that Diddy had other women and he could fly other women. You know what I mean? So she liked the party when she was the star, but when she wasn't the star, it was a problem. Okay, yeah, she said, and she said, question, and he was, from your perspective, so easily able to shift to other women. She was mad about that. She said, yes. A question, and that hurt your feelings. She said, yes. Okay. And do you remember calling that woman some insults? The answer, she says, unfortunately. She said, question, what kind of names would you call her? Answer, and I feel badly, very badly about this. Question, I understand. And I really do love women. Hey, yo, look. So she asking her. So whatever woman, I think it was Young Miami, right? But she said, whatever woman Diddy was dating, she said, okay. And do you remember calling that woman some insults? And the answer, unfortunately. A question, what kind of names would you call her? The answer, and I feel very badly about this. And Garagos says, I understand. And the answer, she said, and I really do love women, right? That ain't what she asked. She just asked you what kind of insults would you call her. So look, check this out. And this is funny. This is hella funny right here. So she said the answer, and I really do love women. She said, I back in the day, I was very colorful with my words. I would say that I called them a hoe, or I think that was the term I probably used most often. So hold on. She calling somebody else a hoe, right? Amazing. So what she's saying is she had hoe tendencies. You know, she wasn't actually a hoe. She was calling the other girl a hoe, but she had hoe tendencies, right? Question, did you ever use she said, did you ever use like brothel escort or anything like that? Answer, all of those ugly things, yes. Oh, wow. So she was calling the other girls brothel escorts. She was really throwing out some insults. And the answer is all of those ugly things, yes. Question, but because you were pretty jealous, right? Answer, I was, yeah. I really was feeling my man. And I wanted him to be mine. She said, I was really feeling my man and I wanted him to be mine, despite the shit that he told you. You see what I mean? She coming in. Okay. So if I would say if she had money or she was some, whatever it was. But like I said, I don't know if she looked at it like this, but a lot of times, not all the time, but men look at it like this, like, yo, you was your girlfriend. I was dating your girlfriend. And then I start dating you. So you calling somebody else that he dealing with a hoe, and then a brothel escort and all of this, and I understand the relationship, but it's like she's not even really thinking and looking at it from a real perspective. She just question, because he's your lover. She said yes. Okay. So then you talked about later on in the relationship, he had a public relationship that on the outside looked like it was a monogamous one, right? She said, yeah. She said that was hard, yeah. Question, that was really hard. So that was with someone named Young Miami or Carisha, right? She said, yes. I didn't know that was Young Miami. So they mentioned Young Miami. So that was with somebody by the name of Young Miami or Carisha, right? She says, yes. And he started dating her after you. She says, yes. How long after you? She said, how long after you? She said, probably, she said, I don't really know. Maybe 6 months to a year later. Shit is funny. She says, okay, hold on. Okay, so then you talked about, later on in the relationship, okay, Carisha Young Miami. She said, yes. She said he started dating after you. Yeah, really, just trying to get to the good part. She said, question. And so he would put her on Instagram, right? Answer, yes. Question. And she would put him on her Instagram, right? Answer, yes. Question. And that was really hurtful. Answer, yes. That was hard to watch. She said, question. And that was something that you, for lack of a better term, fought over for a long time in your relationship once he started dating her. She says, yeah, it was definitely something I had not signed up for. I didn't sign up to date a man who was in a public relationship. So, So she wanted to keep it all on the down low for real. Question. And you told him that, right? She said, yes. And then he was also sometimes with his ex, Gina, right? She said, yes. Question. And that would bother you too, right? She said, yes. And someone named Jesse. She said, yes. And he, okay, here we go. And someone named Jesse. She said, yes. Question. And he, that was one of the people that you talked about who he took to London and he took to Wyoming, right? She said, yes. And that was hurtful, right? Yes. Question. They got to go on those trips. She said, yes. She said, she was mad that they got to go on the trips and she couldn't go. Question. With Carisha or Young Miami, when he put her out in the public, he was also kind of showering her with gifts very publicly, right? She says yes. Ooh-wee. And this is crazy right here. Check this part out. He said, question. She said, question. Like you had seen that he had gotten her a Maybach, right? She said, yes. So Diddy bought Young Miami. Don't really know if he bought her one, but okay, in all appearances, bought Young Miami a Maybach, right? She said, yes. Question. And you were really upset about that because you weren't getting the same type of gifts. Probably, yes. Come on, man. You know you was mad. Hold up. Question. And then you asked for a Van Cleef necklace and bracelet, right? Yes. And so then he got that for you, right? Yes. So what's she mad about? She wanted a Maybach too. I wonder what kind of car she had. If he bought her a car, but just not a Maybach. So she wanted him to buy her a Maybach too, but she want to keep the relationship private. You can't be out in the public. He buying Young Miami because Young Miami can be out in public. She demanded in the beginning that the relationship couldn't be public because of 50 Cent and whatever, and her girlfriend, because she had snuck behind her girlfriend back and got with Diddy. So it doesn't even make sense. You want all of the gifts of somebody who can do and be more than you can be, but then you mad? It doesn't even make sense. It doesn't make sense at all, ladies and gentlemen. Y'all see that? She wants to be all of everything, but they can't be public because she don't want 50 to find out. And then she don't want her girlfriend, who she crept behind her back to get with Diddy, to find out. But she wanted Maybach, though. She want the same thing Young Miami getting in Miami. Young Miami relationship can go public and be public, right? Crazy. She said, and so he got that the Van Cleef necklace and bracelet, right? She said yes, he got that for her, right? Question. And so then he got that for you, right? Yes, because you wanted, as you said, it was an imbalance of a relationship, and you wanted something really nice as well. Yes, she said yes. Ooh wee. Question. So we've talked a little bit about your jealousy. See, Jeannie Gargo, she's so smooth, man. She says, so we've talked a little bit about your jealousy. But would you say also that Mr. Combs was very jealous? She said yes. Question. Very possessive? She says yes. Check it out now, because then we get to the other part. She really playing this game, man. She really playing this game. And so Diddy giving her all of this, buying her all of that, up front with her in the whole 9 yards, right? So they're talking about how he could be very possessive. She said, question, can you explain? And you talked about Bear yesterday. And that was something, somebody who gave you a $9,000 in and around about January of 2024, right? She says, yes. Listen, ladies and gentlemen. So this guy Bear, in and around January of last year, gave her $9,000. She said, question again. Can you explain? You talked about Bear yesterday, and that somebody, and that's somebody who gave you $9,000 in about January of 2024, right? She says yes. Question. And you hadn't even met this person, right? She said, uh-oh. So the truth starts to come out. She said, answer. I had met him many years ago. Question, but you didn't meet. I guess you didn't meet him in January 2024, the time period. She said she had met him many years ago, right? Wow. Tricking is real, boy. God have mercy. And then you got some women running around here thinking that they can pull this off, like, it's like the Cardi B song. What it say? Fuck them, then I get some money. Oh man, 50 talked about this. He was like, kind of like this. He called it somewhat of a whole lifestyle. You know what I mean? She said, I had met him many years ago. Question, but you didn't meet. I guess you didn't meet him in the January 2024, the time period when he gave you that $9,000, right? She said, yeah, that's correct. Listen, question. So when Mr. Combs found out about this, he was extremely jealous, right? Yes. Question. And he was kind of going over and over and over again in his mind. She said, yes. He was sick, if you will. Diddy, like, I'm the only person money you supposed to be taking. You don't take no other man money. He said, question, because he didn't want his woman to be with another guy. And in his mind, you were with another guy. She said, yes. Miss Comey said, objection. Question. You weren't with Bear, right? I was not with Bear. Question. But in his mind, you thought that he thought that, right? Miss Comey, objection. The court, the judge sustained it. The question, it's a confusing question. He was very jealous of the Bear situation, right? Miss Comey, objection. The court sustained. I don't know why they won't let that in. I mean, like I said. Well, I get it now, because she can't really say what he was from that perspective. So she reacts the question. So the question came again. Question: did you perceive him as being very jealous of Bear when he found out about the $9,000? She said, yes, I perceived him to be very jealous about that. Question: okay, you spoke when you saw Mr. Combs get those meet the dealer for lack. So they talk about the drugs now. So she spoke to Mr. Combs about meet the dealer, for lack of a better term, in Miami in November. Then you had started taking ecstasy in Turks and Caicos in 2021. You knew Mr. Combs would use a lot of drugs, right? Ms. Comey, objection to form. The judge, it's overruled. Answer: at that point, I didn't really know how much he consumed drugs, but I knew that he consumed them. I didn't know like the quantity or anything. Okay. Question: okay, you just knew that he consumed them. She said yes. She said the question, do you remember telling the government that after just about 2 or 3 dates, you already thought that he was sad, depressive, and very shaky hands? Yes. It was actually on our second date on our way to Turks when I was on the plane. I was facing him and I could see his eyes and I could just see his hands and his teeth. And I could tell that he wasn't taking very good care of himself. Boy, Diddy was a dope fiend, man. Like crazy, right? All that money and all, you know what I mean? Didn't matter, right? She said, I was facing him. I could see in his eyes and I could just see his hands and his teeth. And I could tell that he wasn't taking very good care of himself, maybe on the surface, but not internally. Question, what about his eyes made you feel that way? Answer, I felt that he was developing jaundice, like his eyes were yellow. I felt that his gums were gray, probably from drug use, and I felt that his hands were shaky, probably from over-consuming alcohol. Do you remember speaking to him about wanting to go to rehab when you initially started dating? Yes, absolutely. So they talked about what's in it. Let's see. Yeah, it's crazy. So, ladies and gentlemen, right about now, I'm gonna take a break, and we're gonna come back at 1 o'clock. Like I said, that was basically the most interesting parts about that. So, like I said, more importantly, hopefully you guys will stay around and we can get into today's testimony in regards to what's going on in the situation. But today, court starts at 1, if you will. So, we'll be back at 1 o'clock, approximately an hour. Like I said, I appreciate each and every one of you guys for coming through. And more importantly, like I said, yeah, if you haven't gotten the book, pick it up. Behind the Walls with Tupac Shakur, Donald Richardson, the author, No Relation to Me. Book is on Amazon. The interview was over there on the Art of Dialogue. Over 200,000 views in 4 days, 50,000 views a day. The interview is dope. The book is very interesting. And like I said, once again, pick it up. We'll definitely be back in an hour. Stay tuned. More importantly, your boy DELRAY, Straight Game, and we be right back.
Life is like cards. It's not what you dealt.
Ladies and gentlemen, we back. We back. Ready to rumble. Staying away from the crumble. Ready to go. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the like button, hit the share button. If you have not subscribed to the channel yet, please do so. We appreciate you very much. Thanks for the people who stayed around and stayed down. Yep. This is where we are right now. The judge said we'll deal with it before the weekend. Shout out to Brandon Carter, Mo Better, Canberry, Ravens fan 22, Cut Creatives, Amis Baynard. Yes, indeed, we about to get it in. Cross-examination will be resuming shortly. Hopefully they start on time promptly today. Yeah, it said Teeny Garagos made Jane feel comfortable before hitting her with the Van Cleef necklace and Bottega Veneta bag jab. Jane immediately asked for a break. She was a willing participant, ladies and gentlemen, is what they've been trying to point out. Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the share button. If you have not subscribed to the channel, please do. Like I said, thank everybody for sticking around. We appreciate you. Holding it down. About to get underway, ladies and gentlemen. Waiting for the jurors. Combs is reading something, talking to Agnifilo on one side, Shapiro one seat away, about the juror the U.S. wants to remove. Still waiting for jury. So why do they want the juror removed? Would they feel like he might be favorable to Diddy, or he or she might be favorable to Diddy? Man. Six Gunner, Andrea Dream, Ashley, China G, Classy, Fact Check TV, Patrick Warren, Peace 4100, I Am Good, Annan Lee, welcome back. Salute to everybody in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. Salute to everybody in the chat, and I'd like to say welcome back. I appreciate you. They said they will finish with the with Jane, the cross, and the redirect by the end of Thursday. We'll see. So by the end of tomorrow, they say they'll be finished with Jane. So we'll see if that if they hold up for that to be true. Oh. So Inner City Press, he files a lot of Freedom of Information Acts, which is good. And the question he's asking right here, he's saying, why isn't the prosecutor's letter seeking to exclude the juror in the docket, at least in redacted form, despite Inner City Press request? and judge submarine orders. So, just so that the public is aware of everything that's going on, he's basically asking, hey, how come they want this jury removed, but how come it's not in the docket available for public to go to, like Pacer, and be able to download it and look at it, and like I said, from that perspective. Because, this is taxpayer money that they're spending for this lawsuit. So, I'm sorry, for this case. I said for this lawsuit. For this criminal case. Paying for the hotels and plane flights and all of that, and the witnesses and the prosecution salary and all of that paid with United States taxpayer money. So yeah, they haven't said what they wanted the juror removed for, but oh well. This should be exciting, ladies and gentlemen. I think they might take breaks. I don't think they're going to break for lunch. Lunch is over. All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's do it. All rise. The jury of a public opinion. Let's get it. All rise. Miss Garagos, you may proceed. Let's go, y'all. Hit the like button. Hit the share button. Miss Garagos, Teeny. I was to admit, she basically said, I want to admit this exhibit under seal. Can you read that, Jane? Message, December 2021, between yourself and Cabral after a hotel night. Jane, yes. Garagos, you had a pretty intense night. She says, yes. She had a pretty intense night after the freak off. So I'm filtering it before I bring it to you guys, just so you know. I mean, the crazy part is they're admitting a lot of stuff under seal. It's like this, I don't understand it. I mean, if you have a trial and he charged with something, I mean, what we sealing everything for? Let us see it. They don't want nobody making no documentary off of this stuff. You imagine what that would look like? You best believe somebody making a documentary, movie, or something. Oh. So basically, the juror, listen, ladies and gentlemen, check this out. Now, we got to get to this. So, um, so the judge, they were arguing about the juror, right? And the juror is black. Ladies and gentlemen, they're trying to exclude the black juror. And Agnafalo called it out. They say basically it's a thinly veiled attempt to exclude a black juror. The prosecution said we looked at the record and found a lack of candor, right? Once again, they're trying to exclude the black juror. I told y'all, all you need is one holdout. And I don't think that they think that they're getting what they want from that perspective. So they're trying to exclude a black juror. Alexandra Shapiro basically said this is a thinly veiled attempt to exclude a black juror. I knew that before. I didn't want to say nothing though, but I kind of figured that. I'm like, the juror must be black. And they said basically they're going to deal with that over the weekend. Amazing. Man, ain't no shame in their game, boy. No shame at all. The judge says, does the defense want to respond to the government's juror issue? Right. It's a thinly veiled attempt to exclude a black juror. Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the share button. If you haven't subscribed to the channel already, please do. Here we go. Moving on. Garagos. He says to you, you were talking so dirty to me. I love it. Jane, yes, I'm being friendly here. She says I'm being friendly here. Are you being friendly? Come on, Jane. Stop this crazy thing, right? Garagos. After your long hotel night, you saw him with Jane, yes. Wow. Rest in peace, Brian Wilson from the Beach Boys. He passed away. See, everything that she does, it's never with intent. Oh, that was just me being nice. You know what I mean? It's like, no, that was you being in the moment. That was you being, you know what I mean? Yeah. Let's move on, ladies and gentlemen. Garagos. And then Cabral wrote to you that he would be in L.A. and he's staying to see you if you want it. Jane, yes. Garagos. What do you say? It's my birthday weekend and you don't show me no love? Ooh. Sound like Jane was doing another thing, man. On side the freak off, she was doing the weekday off or something. My God, what's going on, Jane? What'd she say? Then Cabral wrote to you that he would be in L.A. and he's staying to see you if you want it. And he'd stay to see you if you want it. Jane, yes. Garagos, what did you say? It's my birthday and you don't show me no love? Wow. Okay. And then what happened after that, Jane? She want Cabral to show her some love when he come to town. Alina Maddox, what's good? China G, Craig Tillman, Olu Fash, Classy, Tanya V, Intelligent Hoodlum, D-Boy, Ray Johnson, Universal Ass. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Appreciate y'all. Here we go. Combs. Garagos. Then you asked him to send you a personal video. Jane, yes. Garagos. That night, you saw the Italian entertainer who will call the entertainer. Jane, yes. Garagos. And Sean had taken up with Young Miami. Jane, yes. Whoa. Let's see if the judge grants the jury removes the black juror for lack of candor. Right. Because it seems nothing that the prosecution does wants any kind of mistrial, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see. Like I said, we don't know what they're talking about when they say lack of candor. There's a lot of explaining the lack of candor aspects. They say key aspects of jurors are lack of candor, failing to disclose bias. Jurors are questioned to identify any biases such as relationships with parties or preconceived opinions. A juror who falls or fails to disclose relevant information can compromise the fairness of the trial, providing dishonest answers, doing a voir dire. The Supreme Court has held that to get a new trial based on juror dishonesty, a party must show the juror didn't answer a material question honestly, and that the correct answer would have provided a valid basis to challenge for cause. The consequences of a juror's lack of candor: potential for mistrial. If a juror lacks candor, lack of candor is discovered during the trial, it could lead to a mistrial resulting in significant costs and delays. Overturning of a verdict of a trial. If the dishonesty is discovered after the trial has ended, it can lead to a verdict being overturned on appeal and costly retrial. Contempt of court or obstruction of justice. Jurors who lied to get on the jury can be charged with these offenses. Undermining the fairness of the trial. Dishonest jurors can introduce bias or extraneous information affecting the verdict and potentially leading to an unjust verdict. So those are just some of the things that they say that a juror's lack of candor, like, I guess. My thing is, how does one prove that? You know what I mean? Here we go. Comes Girl Ghost. And you said if you don't get your ass out of this island, no party, right? Listen, ladies and gentlemen, she's threatening the to not do the freak off. But she's saying on one end, Jane is saying that she's being held, the rent is being used as leverage, right? But here we see Garagos saying, talking about in her, she said, and you said if you don't get your ass off the island, no party, right? Jane, right? Garagos, Sean wrote you a note that you said meant the world. He meant the world to you. That you meant the world to him, or he meant the world to you. You told KK you wanted to make it cute and romantic, yes? So basically, she wrote Sean a note that said he meant the world to her. You told KK that you wanted to make it cute and romantic. Jane, yes. She said, she told her, she said, you don't get your ass off the island, no party, right? Wow. So she's threatening to withhold the freak off if he don't get off the island, whatever island they're talking about. I don't know if we're talking about with Young Miami, right? But yeah, evidently she thought he was on some kind of island, if you will. When the truth starts to come out, ladies and gentlemen, or when the truth starts to come out. YT Miro in the house. Tory Love, Bobby Jones, Mark Jag, Mo Better, Brewmonger, and all the people that are watching outside of the chat. We appreciate you too. If you have not subscribed to the channel, please do. We appreciate you. Trying to get you this gavel to gavel coverage of the Diddy trial. So right now we see that of Jane, aka Dad Fiend Joy, allegedly basically saying, and you said if you don't get your ass out of the island, no party, right? Jane, right? Garagos, Sean wrote you a note that you said meant the world to you. You told KK you wanted to make it cute and romantic. Okay, yes. Okay, we'll see. They trying to give a dude life in prison for his personal sex life. That's crazy. I can't believe it. I'm still perplexed behind this. Yeah, like you said, Killer Rob, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, but like I said, these are the things that are gonna come out. Like I said, we just getting into the day, man. Like I said, it started at 1. These are the things that are going to come out, you know, in this cross-examination. We're going to see who this young lady really, truly, honestly is. Like I said, we cannot overlook the fact that, you know, she had a baby by 50 Cent and would say that he did something unbecoming to her, accuse him of sexual assault and also physical abuse, if you will. So once again, we see that she can be quite a manipulative, if you will, and a little bit vindictive. Like I said, more will be revealed. Teeny Garagos is on the job, if you will, right? Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go. Garagos, the Valentine's Day hotel night, having 2 men there. Was that your idea? Jane, it was. Listen, y'all, that was her idea. How is she being? So, hold on, man. Come on now. Was that your idea? It was. After these nights, it was crushing to see these things. Huh? Hold on, y'all. She's asking her the Valentine's Day hotel night, having 2 men there. Was that your idea? Jane, it was. After these nights, it was crushing to see these things. Garagos, like Gina posting the love bracelet on Instagram, right? Jane, yes. So what does her having 2 men So she's trying to updo Gina? Or outdo Gina? I don't even understand that one. She said it was crushing to see Gina show her love bracelet on Instagram. So she's sitting at home stalking Gina's Instagram, knowing that he brought her a love bracelet, so he brought her a love bracelet too. Like, what is this, man? Man. So she said, I'm going to try to outdo him. I'm going to make him want me more than he want them. So I'll do 2 guys for you on Valentine's Day. That's what it seemed like to me, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know what it seemed like to you. She was in stiff competition, at least in her own mind. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Excuse me. Garrett goes, here you are planning to reach out to Sean and perhaps reach out to the Italian. Jane, I was still doing that then. She said, I was still doing that then. Doing what? Garrett goes, he says, can you FaceTime? Jane, yes. That's what he said. Garrett goes, 10 days later, you had another hotel night. Jane, maybe. She getting defensive, ladies and gentlemen. They are putting her where she needs to be, in her place where she assumed during this relationship. Not this revisionist, not this new testimony that, somehow, some way he was using the rent as leverage and all of these other things. You see it clearly, right? The Valentine's Day hotel night, having 2 men there. Was that your idea? It was. After these nights, it was crushing to see these things. What things? Okay. Garrett goes, like Gina posting the love bracelet on Instagram, right? Jane, yes. Here you are planning to reach out to Sean and perhaps reach out to the Italian, right? She's trying to one up and earn her spot, right? Jane, I was still doing that then. Doing what? We understand what you're saying, but I'm saying, what we're doing what? Garrett goes, he says, can you FaceTime? Jane, yes. That's what he said. Garrett goes, then 10 days later, you had another hotel night. Jane, maybe. Uh-oh. She's getting a bit defensive here, ladies and gentlemen. She's getting a bit defensive. Yes, she is. She's getting a bit defensive. Amazing. He said, I was still doing that then. The truth is starting to come out, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, I don't know what the prosecution hoped to get from her. But right here, you can see clearly she's in denial, or better yet, doing whatever she thinks she can do to get this situation over with. I would believe shortly after this, Diddy gonna stop paying her rent. Yeah. As a matter of fact, Diddy paying for her rent and her lawyer. Watch when they get to that Instagram post where she said that Diddy is locked up for not doing a thing, for doing nothing. Mm-hmm. The government gonna have a hard time with that one. But like I said, guys, as you clearly see, she said then 10 days later, you had another hotel night. Jane said, maybe. Wow. You know, on direct examination, she was sure about every hotel night. She remembered nights that we didn't remember. And nights that, nobody else remembered, but she remembered those nights. Now I'm being cross-examined about it. Now she giving out maybes. And when Gargo says, he says, can you FaceTime? Jane says, yes. That's what he said. She don't like when being confronted with her own self. Right? She don't like being confronted about who she is. They just gave more time. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, moving on. Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the thumbs up. If you have not subscribed to the channel, please do. We very much appreciate it. Listen, she gave up another maybe, y'all. Check it out. Combs. Garagos. Let me refresh your recollection of seeing Mr. Combs and not having a hotel night with him, right? Because remember, the only time that she said she could see Diddy is when they had hotel nights. You ready? Check this out. And she gave another maybe. Some of y'all are probably ahead of it, right? Jane. It certainly did. Garagos, no hotel nights until the end of June. Jane, maybe. Y'all hear her? She lied. They just caught her in a lie, ladies and gentlemen. They just caught her in a lie. She said that she never got a chance to see Diddy unless it was a hotel night. A lot of the things that she said that she was doing in regards to why she did it, it was because the only time she really got a chance to see Diddy was during hotel nights. I hope Teeny Garrett goes back on that and talks about that. You see it right here. You see in both of her last two statements, shit's not cracking out to where it been since yesterday. She approached her about the Bottega Veneta bag and all of the other things that Diddy had bought her when she was complaining about some other girl getting a Chanel bag, right? You see it right here. Garrett goes, let me refresh your recollection of seeing Mr. Combs and not having a hotel night with him. Jane, it certainly did. Garrett goes, no hotel nights until the end of June. Jane, maybe. She's lying. She's lying. You know what I mean? And it's sickening, man. I told you, man, it was going to come out. You know, just like the situation with 50 Cent and her alleging that he did something or whatever, we don't really know. Like I said, at the end of the day, I can only surmise that what we didn't know at the time behind the scenes, and you probably would have to match up the dates of when 50 Cent allegedly, went to her house and there was some kind of incident or whatever, and that incident happened. But as a matter of fact, I just read somebody sent me this. 50 Cent was paying her like $40,000 a month, and she wanted more. And it got lowered to $6,700 a month. Come on, man. Right? There you have it. She was getting somewhat of $40,000 a month, $41,000 a month, and wanted more. She thought that wasn't enough for her son. And 50 took her back to court and got that 40-something lowered to $6,700 a month. Amazing. Amazing. Got two maybes, man. Two maybes, maybe. So now she's being sarcastic and she ain't answering nothing like she was on direct. She's turned into another bungling, y'all. We right, the first lie she lied about. She said that, yo, I never really got to see him and blase blah and this, that, and the other, and it was hotel nights and that's the only time I got to see him, you know. Hey, okay. That's why she said specifically, let me refresh your recollection of seeing Mr. Combs and not having a hotel night with him. Jane, certainly it did. There goes, no hotel nights until the end of June. Maybe. Wow. How come she can't accept accountability for her actions? Even though the government gave her immunity, right? You still accountable for your actions. That doesn't, and that's the funny thing about immunity. People feel like you still accountable for your actions. That don't mean that you didn't do nothing because they gave you immunity. That just means the government chooses to overlook your crimes or participation in alleged crimes to get your testimony to try to convict somebody else of the same thing that you guilty of. I mean, if it's a crime. So. Yeah, Tori Love, she got that selective memory or selective amnesia, one of the two. Yeah, absolutely. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's rock. Check it out, ladies and gentlemen. Here come the choice now. Combs, Geragos. Here, Mr. Combs says, I'm jerking my dick thinking how nasty you are going to be to me, right? Jane, yes. Geragos. He says, call the Italian or Paul is free, and you liked Paul is free, right? Jane, yes. Geragos. He gave you a choice, and you chose, yes? Hello. She didn't pay a choosing fee, player. She didn't pay a choosing fee, okay? Wow. He gave you a choice and you chose. Hello. She was with it, man. She wasn't being held captive. The rent wasn't leverage. She was trying to beat out the competition. Right? It said the freakiest one wins. Assumingly, I don't know. You know, gave her the opportunity to make a what they call it, an informed choice. And like I said, once again, when you think about this, like, how is this a crime? It's like, oh, you were co-conspirator. Nah, they haven't. This is their sex life. This is what they want to do. You got people doing this right now, and it'll never come to court. They trying to exclude the black juror from off the jury, saying that the jury lacked candor. He gave you a choice, and you chose. Hello. And she didn't even pay a choosing fee. Boom. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. A Garagos, he responds, I told Paul 11 p.m. Is that okay? And let's watch porn first, right? Jane, yes. Garagos, he says a London hotel. What would you get? Jane, stripper shoes, shorts, maybe whips. Hello. Oh, no. What do you mean, what would you get? That has to be in the text. And you say, what would she say when Garagos said, he says London hotel. What would you get? Stripper shoes, shorts, maybe whips. Hello. A little kinky lifestyle going on here, man. How did it turn into this, y'all? Cassie. No, they talking about the London hotel. Tanya B. Not the whips. Feli speaks, absolutely. Hell no, they're not going to prosecute nobody for lying. But like I said, you see how lopsided it is. It's like the government plays on all sides. It's like, oh, we want the juror off. But they can lie as much as they want to. When Bungling got caught in the lie. Oh, she was on drugs. It was this, it was that. So it's like all of these excuses that they can get. It's crazy. Right. It's not even that they play dirty. It's like they just try to, I don't know, man. Like I said, the best thing I could tell them, motherfucker, stay out of trouble, man. Keep people out your business. Check it out, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go, look. A Garagos. Why shorts? Jane, I was really turned off by their shorts. So I got other shorts for them. Meaning the, I guess the entertainers or sex workers or whatever, right? It was not so fun to wait for them to be erect. I started to get things on the SID, on the side, so they could get erect. I got pills at the stores, rhino pills. Hey, y'all, you know them rhino pills, they sell the rhino pills at the gas station. Like 7-Eleven at the gas station. Wow. So she was actually buying sexual enhancement drugs, if you will. I mean, I guess having Diddy in the room didn't help either. Like, dude, like, you know what I mean? So. He said, rhino pills. Side note, Jane testified the longest hotel night she could remember was around New Year's 2022. She estimated that it lasted about 3 days and involved 3 men. Jane said after New Year, she saw on social media that Combs went on a vacation with another woman named Gina. Jane read aloud a message she sent him in January 2022, expressing her frustration about the trip after we had such an amazing New Year's week together. She said, you have me feeling so taken advantage of and regretting everything, the message said in part. Jane testified that she considered breaking up with Combs after this. That's just some more contextual information for y'all. But I mean, how is she getting mad? Like, yo, put it into context, man. We got to put this into context. She getting $10,000. She getting $10,000 a month in allowance. He paying $10,000 a month for her place. Whatever she basically asks for, 9 times out of 10, she gets. Right? Listen, check it out now. This is a little bit more context about what the testimony was earlier. It said Jane persuaded Combs to leave the trip with the other woman by threatening to withhold hotel nights, she testifies. Listen, y'all, not Puffy threatening her with the rent. Not, oh, I'm going to take it. No, she's overtly threatening to take away hotel nights, right? Listen. Jane defense attorney Teeny Gergos has returned to the time period after Jane's birthday. No. See, they breezing by this, y'all. They don't want to really. They breezing by this. He said, Jane persuaded Combs to leave the trip with the other woman by threatening to withhold the hotel night, she testifies. Defense attorney Teeny Gergos has returned to the time period after Jane's birthday in 2022. Jane previously testified that she and Sean Diddy Combs had a hotel night on her birthday. And then she got upset after she saw Combs on vacation for another woman's birthday shortly after. Jane testified that she made Combs come home from that vacation a day earlier. She told him, if you don't come here now, we're not going to do anything that you want to do, she testified. Gergos asked whether Jane told Combs she wouldn't have a Valentine's Day party with him. And she said yes. So she was threatening. She was using sex as a weapon. So she knew what the fuck she was doing. It's clear. It's clear, ladies and gentlemen. It's clear. It is real clear, y'all. It's real clear. She knew the power that she had, and she used that power, right, to her advantage. Oh, yeah. He was weak in the knees. Yeah, he was weak in the knees, man. Combs, Gergos. The next day, he says, want to do dinner at 9? Bring the freak bag, just in case. Jane, right. Lingerie, and the rest. Gergos. But you didn't have a freak. She said, but you didn't have a freak night. Let me refresh your recollection. And this exhibit under seal. Ooh wee. It's getting interesting, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. Man. She said, but you didn't have a freak night. Let me refresh your recollection. Got to do a whole bunch of, sending reminders. And this exhibit under seal. I find it ironic that nobody's really saying anything about this situation involving, her threatening him. that she was going to withhold having a party for him, right? If he didn't come home early from the trip with Gina. Ooh wee. And she responded, what, ladies and gentlemen? And she responded, look, hold on. Not that wasn't the response. Look, Garagos asked whether Jane told Combs he wouldn't have a Valentine's Day party if she wouldn't have a Valentine's Day party with him with the two men. And she said, listen, this is the verbatim words she said. She said, yes, that's the first time I pulled that card, Jane says. The hotel night card, Garagos asked. She said, yes. Y'all hear that? She said, yes, that's the first time I pulled that card, Jane said. The hotel night card, Garagos asked. She said, Jane responded, yes. Oh, she out here pulling cards. She out here pulling cards, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my God, the damsel in distress. Boy, have we got something here, ladies and gentlemen. So she know what she doing. She using the sex thing as leverage. Huh? Uh-oh, we got another maybe, y'all. We got another maybe. It's not working out, ladies and gentlemen. If you see my title, click the like button. Click the share button. If you have not subscribed to the channel yet, ladies and gentlemen, please do. We ain't doing nothing but straight game over here. Check it out. Look. Combs, Garagos. Sean says, Paul is all we need. And you say, laughing out loud, what do you say? Jane, I'll go to the store unless you get a head start. Hello. Oh, she's trying to get a head start. Not the head start in the class, but the head start about that ass, man. Check it out, y'all. Oh, my goodness. Woo, woo, woo. Garagos, what do you mean? Jane, go to the hotel ahead of me. Garagos, but then you spent several days at his home. She said, maybe. I love this shit, man. I love it. See, look, you know how you normally would have a conversation about somebody and they might lie about something. They really don't have to sit there and talk to you and listen to you and go back and forth and you really find out about the lies that they telling, right? See, but this court situation shit, it's a little bit different. Oh, you testify for one side. Oh, you got to sit down and be cross-examined by the other. And you have to answer the questions, especially that you've been given immunity, right? She said, but then you spent several days at his home. Answer, maybe. What you mean, maybe? You don't know now? She remember all the way back to when they first met. But now and all of a sudden, she doesn't remember just as of recent spending time at his house. Ooh, wait. Yeah. Hey, look, and so y'all can anticipate Tisa Tell's gonna come out and be like, girl, shut the door, open the door, shut the door. And I got something to tell y'all. You shut the door. The Diddy trial today, ooh, they really got in on Diddy. We sitting here listening, ladies and gentlemen, from gavel to gavel, everything that's merely being said in the courtroom. And that is not what's been. Jane has testified that, yes, that was the first time I pulled that card, Jane said. The hotel night card, Garagos asked. Yes, Jane responded. Teeny Garagos is on her ass. Without question, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the share button, man. Yes, she is. So she's over here using the hotel nights. That's like a woman telling a man, hold on. That's like a woman telling a man, if you don't do what I say and do what I want you to do, you ain't gonna get none of this sex or whatever. Using sex as a weapon. That's what she was doing. But all at the same time, she somehow, so at that particular time, I would have asked, at that particular time, was Mr. Combs using the rent money as leverage? Or were you using sex as a leverage. Which one was it that time? I guess you could say maybe. This is crazy, man. Maybe. So they already caught in a lie in regards to, she said that the only time she got a chance to spend, here's another situation. But then you spent several days at his home. Maybe. Wow. Man. Man, money, boy. Woo-wee. Or should I say that free ride? That free ride is something, boy. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen. Garrett goes, you really did love him, right? Jane, yes. Garrett goes, do you remember seeing Sean in September of 2022 and not having a hotel night September 9th? Jane, I'm not sure. See, now she's not sure. During the direct examination, she was pretty sure about everything, ladies and gentlemen. We have selective memory here. Yes, we do. Man. Now she's not sure of nothing. I mean, it's not even hostile witnesses. Like I said, once again, they brung her in there to I guess tell what she knew, but she's not telling the truth. She was fully entrenched and engulfed in Diddy and what he wanted in the lifestyle, man. You gotta understand. If you're thinking about a woman meeting somebody like him, it's like hitting the lotto, right? And that person liking you and you liking them and them being enamored with you and you doing the things that they want you to do and they're doing the things that you want them to do. It's like hitting the lotto. And she would do anything to keep that lifestyle. $10,000 a month for the place she lived in. $10,000 a month allowance. All of the Van Cleef, the Bottega Veneta, the Christian Louis Vuitton, the all of these things, man. Right? So, like, I don't understand, like, when people, they talk, he was this. Look, if you want to focus on, the sexual exploitations or the sex, okay. If you want that to be the thing that you want to focus on, okay, focus on it. We understand that. We call it cognitive dissonance, ladies and gentlemen. And a lot of people suffer from it. If it's not benefiting their argument, they do not want to talk about it. And we see it clearly right here with this young lady. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Garrett goes, now do you see you? She said, now do you see you saw him, but no hotel nights, right? So I guess she's showing her something. She said, now do you see you saw him with no hotel nights? Jane, that is incorrect. Garrett goes, September 4th. We took a jet to Vegas. He performed, then we had a hotel night with an entertainer. See, now, September 9th, she wasn't sure, right? So now, she's saying September 4th. She said, now do you see you saw him with no hotel nights? She said, that's incorrect. Garrett goes, September 4th. We took a jet to Vegas. He performed, then we had a hotel night with an entertainer. Let's see where this goes, ladies and gentlemen. So my thing is, how in the hell she remember that but don't remember September 9th? She remembers September 4th but don't remember September 9th? Isn't that odd? So that you see the contrast in the two dates as it is up there. Do you remember seeing Sean on September 7th, not having, in September 2022, not having a hotel night? September 9th? She says, I'm not sure. But then the very next question said, now do you see, now do you see you saw him, but no hotel night? Excuse me. She said, that's incorrect. Girl goes September 4th. She said, we took a jet to Vegas. And look, and the cold part about it is, right, I think Tina Garagos knew that, right? She said, we took a jet to Vegas. He performed, and then we had a hotel night with an entertainer. I think she knew that. I think she going somewhere with this. Let's see. Usually, prosecutors and lawyers and things like that, they don't usually ask you questions that they don't already know the answer to. Here you go, ladies. Look, check this out. Watch this. Watch this. Look, I told you. I told you. I told you. And then look. And then look. And check this out. And so when she did that, she wanted her to go and double down on that old lie she was going to tell, right? What'd she say? Girl goes, do you remember seeing him on September 20th and not having a hotel night? Look, once again, she back to that I'm not sure shit, y'all. I'm not sure. Girl goes, let me show you this. Does this refresh your recollection? I guess I did. Lying, stinking. Boy, I told you she was going somewhere. I told you she was going somewhere. I told you. Lawyers, they know, they study the information. When they do the cross-examination, they already know. They like, oh, September 4th? Well, September 9th, she didn't remember. But she remembered September 4th because she remembered they went to the jet, on the jet and all of that. Then she come back so nice and eloquently. Do you remember seeing him on September 20th and not having a hotel night? Jane, I'm not sure. Garagos, let me show you this. Does this refresh your recollection? I guess I did. She's lying. And it's clear. We sitting here seeing it. And sometimes they don't call it out overtly as that. Like, you know what I mean? But she lying. She testified earlier, and I'm not sure she could probably hit her with that. You testified that you never seen Mr. Combs and without you guys having a hotel night. You never got the chance to see him. Right? That wouldn't be true, is it? But she don't even need to do that. All she just need to do is point it out to her. Right? Woo, wait. Ladies, hit the like button, hit the share button. I appreciate y'all. It's like, you know what? She got immunity. Why don't you just admit it? You got immunity. You know what I'm saying? It's like, go ahead and just be like, yeah, you right. Yeah, you right. Because you know what? To admit that is, well, from what the prosecution was talking about, right? Basically, I never got to see him. It was all hotel nights. I was working. It was a job. It was this. But right here, we see that none of that's true. We see, in fact, that she was using the hotel nights as leverage to get what she wanted when she threatened him not to give him the hotel night unless he returned back from off the birthday trip with Gina. That is a fact. She admitted to that, ladies and gentlemen. That ain't what we coming up with. We sitting here watching it. They putting it on display for us. Amazing. Simply amazing. Simply amazing. Check it out. Hold on. Here we go. Uh-oh. Check this out. Garagos. Did you pay for Sean's birthday dinner? Yes, Garagos. What was the restaurant? She said, I can't remember the name. Garagos. You had a great time. She said, I had an okay time. Oh man. Oh man. Oh man. Oh man. Does she have some kind of information, text message or email saying that she had a great time? But right now she's saying she had an okay time. Come on now, Jane. Don't do that. Don't do that to yourself. You can see like we're not in the courtroom, but you can actually see that she's becoming less enthusiastic. Her mood has changed, and her responses are not as sharp and witty as they once were in the beginning of this. I think the Bottega Veneta, Christian Louis Vuitton shoes and all of those things and the money kind of got to her. It's like, oh, I forgot about that stuff. Yeah, he gave me that on the first night we met. He wasn't really tripping. You know what I mean? It wasn't about like so check this out. She as far as Diddy was concerned, she could have took that bag, them shoes, and never called him again. He wouldn't have tripped. It was a drop in the bucket. Thank you for your time, sweetheart. I appreciate you. And I know I kept you out here for, 5 days or whatever, and you got a baby and, you got child care and all of those things, right? Okay, cool. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know in around the time range that she was getting the $41,000 from 50 at the time range before the child support was readjusted. But think about it. I would hope to understand if they could point that out, that she was getting that kind of money. If she was getting that kind of money and then getting money from Diddy too, it would just expose a whole nother aspect of who she is and what she truly honestly was about, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. Did you have a good time? I had an okay time. This shit funny, man. It is funny. Wow. I mean, like I said, once again, she's alleging that, that basically, he was doing all of this. But like I said, the testimony came out. When the testimony came out that she threatened him, that she wouldn't give him a freak off if he didn't come back off of the trip with Gina, right? Or whatever. She's like, you ain't gonna get your birthday present or whatever. When she threatened that told me everything I needed to know. Nah, he was paying at one time. I just read it from what I understand from to Gina. Like I said, unless they mixed it up with his other son. But like I said, she was getting a nice piece of money at one time. But I believe she went back to court. You can look it up yourself. Like I said, thanks for everybody coming up in here. Thanks everybody outside the chat. If you had not subscribed to the channel, please do, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get back. See what we got. Uh-oh. Jane needs to stop at. I was about to say Gina needs to stop at. Here y'all go. Check it out, y'all. She's like, I had an okay time. Girl goes, are you right? Look. Check it out. You right. Is Nobu the only place? How about something outside of the hotel? Jane, he conveniently put me in a hotel with the Nobu. I suggested a Poppy's Steak. Girl goes, that's a nice restaurant in Miami. Jane, so I've heard. Mm-hmm. Wow. Man. So I've heard. Wow. Like I said, once again, the threatening thing about for the people who just came in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. So earlier, Jeannie Garagos, basically Jane persuaded Combs to leave the trip with the other woman by threatening to withhold a freak off. Jane testifies. Defense attorney Teenie Garagos has returned to the time period after Jane's birthday in 2022. And Jane previously testified that she and Sean Diddy Combs had a hotel night on her birthday. And then she got upset after she saw Combs on vacation for another woman's birthday shortly after. Jane testified that she made Combs come home from that vacation a day earlier. She told him, if you don't come here now, we're not going to do anything that you want to do, she testified. Garagos asked whether Jane told Combs he wouldn't have a Valentine's Day party. She wouldn't have a Valentine's Day party with him, right? And she said, yes, that was the first time I pulled that card, Jane said. And Garagos asked, the hotel night card? And Jane said, yes. So she knew what she was doing. So, like I said, but she got immunity, so it really don't matter, right? Yeah, she ain't responsible for her actions, right? We alleviating all of that, right? Oh, she got immunity. No, she don't. She ain't got immunity from her own self. You know what I mean? You got immunity from the courts. You ain't got immunity from you. You still got to live that. And like I said, everywhere she go, and then to go in under the name Jane, right? When everything else that you got was in your name. The wire was in your name. You know what I mean? The cards and the gifts and all of those had your name on it. You know, all of those things was in your name. But all of a sudden now you come to court and you get immunity. Now you don't want to use your name. You want to use Jane. It's crazy, man. Here we go. Garagos, Valentine's Day, the year before, he was in a different country, you wrote. Get your ass back from that island, right? Jane, yes. Listen to her. Listen to her, ladies and gentlemen. You seeing it. You seeing it right here. She's putting the gauntlet down, right? She putting the gauntlet down. What she say? Valentine's Day the year before, he was in a different country. You wrote, get your ass back from that island, right? Jane, yes. Garagos. Then at the Noble Hotel, you accepted it, right? Jane, I would say I went long. She said, I would say I went along with it. Garagos, you said accept it. She's quoting you. See how she tried to, once again, this is revisionist testimony. They're trying to revise this shit, man, to get you think that it was something that it wasn't. Right? They like to hold you to the standard of what you say, once again, need to be in every situation. You know, the little secret wordplay. What'd she say? Then at the Noble Hotel, you accepted it. Jane, I would say I went along with it. Garagos, you said accept it. Amazing. Wow. She can't even live in her truth, man. She can't even live in her truth. That's crazy. All of the perks, all of the money, all of the everything. Diddy still paying your rent, still paying for your lawyer today, right now, as she testifies against him. And she can't live in her truth. Amazing. Jane, my stuttering, listen to me, hold on, y'all. She's still stuttering. She said, my stuttering was trying to find the right word for the pressure I felt. Now she, once again, this is the revisionist thing. When it was going on, it was accepted. There was no stuttering, right? She's saying, my stuttering was trying to find out the right words for the pressure I felt. How the fuck you feel pressure? And you just told the man, get your ass back from that island. What is he talking about, man? Girl goes, you mean agitation? Jane, yes. You said he gave you your birthday gift, a necklace. Jane, yes. Girl goes, did you take this photo? Jane, yes. Under seal. Wow. Wow. Amazing. She taking all gifts and calling shots. Y'all see it right here. Valentine's Day the year before, he was in a different country. And you wrote, get your ass back from that island, right? Jane, yes. Then at the Nobu Hotel, you accepted it. Jane, I would say I went along with it. Garrett goes, you said accept it. Man. Find you somebody, man, that can live in their truth, man. Good, bad, or indifferent. Good, bad, or indifferent, man. God have mercy. A Combs, a Garagos. It was a Van Cleef necklace, yes? Jane, yes. Garagos, what is Van Cleef? Jane, a jewelry brand that is high end. In that photo, I had already taken drugs. Any time of affection made me smile. Garagos, you took a mirror selfie. Unfortunately, yes. She was posing in the mirror with her new necklace, y'all. She can't even live in her truth. This is, like I said, this is the sad part. And look, you can see, look, and I want y'all to pay attention to something, right? When it's not in favor of Diddy, look at that number above this testimony, this 35-second testimony right now. Look at the number above it with the little lines next to it to the far right. See, it says 2.5K, right? Right. That's how many people are checking this out right now from that perspective. When it was on the prosecution side, and this is how you can tell people just hate, right? It's not about hating Diddy. Like I said, we are listening to what it is, that it is the testimony that is supposed to be truthful and factual from all sides, right? This young lady gets up on the stand, tells her story. Yeah, it was this, yeah, it was that. We're seeing right here, right now, a whole different truth of the matter, backed with documentation, presence, gifts, conversation, threats of withholding sex, threats of you better get your ass back here, and so on and so forth. Now, the number, okay, just jump to 34. Right. Yeah, it's crazy, man. But usually it'd be 51,000, you know what I mean? If it was something negative, it'd be like, oh, they said that X, Y, and Z. Oh, there was this. It's like, come on, man. You know how they people say they got that saying, keep that same energy. You know, keep that same energy. You know, when it's not favorable to you, keep that same energy, right? That's what they say, right? Check it out, y'all. Here we go. Combs, a Garagos. Sean gave the entertainer a condom that night. Jane, yes. Garagos, are these your texts with Cabral? Jane, I was high. Oh, now she was high. Damn. So hold on. If she was high, then does Diddy get the same excuse for all that was going on? I mean, you know, they getting that excuse. Bungling got that excuse. Oh, she was high. She might not have remembered the date. You know, here she does some shit up. I was high. You know, they all was high, wasn't it? Right? Didn't she say Diddy needed rehab? Do we get the same excuse? I'm talking about fairness, not in favor of Diddy. I'm talking about anybody, you know, do we get the same excuse, right? It's usually not been that way, right? But are these your texts with Cabral? I was high. It was 2:40 in the morning, but you was up and you had your phone in your hand moving your fingers, right? You knew what you was doing. Stop it, right? Girl goes, UCT time, right? Right? Jane, yes. So it was night, East Coast time, yes. Wow. Fucking wild, man. Wow. Wow. I really don't even know what to say, man. Check it out. Garrett goes, you invite Cabral for the next day, but the ecstasy would have worn off by then, right? Jane, in these nights, I repeatedly took ecstasy. Garrett goes, you say you will book his travel for the next day, right? Jane, yes. See, now what they're establishing is that Diddy's not paying for these flights. You are, too. You're paying for these flights for Cabral to come through. You gonna book his flight. Ladies and gentlemen, come on now. Yeah, that's what's going on. Man. Woo. Excuse me, far different story than she told but then she told the prosecutors, right? Like I tell them, keep that same energy, man. Keep the same energy. Keep that same energy. When you was testifying, you got to keep it. I was high, though. That don't count. I was high. That don't count. She want to do new math now. Can I get a do-over? Combs, Garrett goes, what did you write here? I wrote, I appreciate everything you did for my birthday. I want to give you everything you want on Valentine's Day. Ladies and gentlemen, listen to this woman. Garrett goes, oh, what did you mean? The necklace and your lovemaking only with regard to him. No, you didn't. You said everything you want on Valentine's Day. Now she's giving a revisionist a testimony as to what she meant. But she clearly stated it in that text message during that time, right or wrong. Now she's saying the necklace, your lovemaking, right? Only with regard to him. You said everything you want. You know what he want. You know how he get down. Once again. I have to give Teeny Garagos her credit, man. She's excellent. She's really like, like a lot of people saying, hostile witness. I've seen some people in the chat say hostile witness, but she's definitely classy with this. It's not, sometimes you can't kind of, throw your feelings behind it. It's not about feelings, it's about being tactical. It's about a strategy, right? And it's trying to elicit what you want from this individual who's basically saying one thing on one end, but totally meaning another on another. So, yeah. He said orgy to the thousandth. What's that? To the thousandth level. Yeah. So they definitely picking her apart, man. Check it out, y'all. A comb. And then you'd send him photos of your guys in the hotel room. Jane, yes. You didn't tell him that you didn't like it until you saw him with Carisha and Turks, right? Yes. Oh, my God. Oh, my God, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, my God. They just got her to admit it. She was jealous. Wow. Wow. It's very hurtful after enduring what I endured. But did y'all hear what she just admitted to? Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. Did y'all see what she just admitted to, y'all? Did y'all catch that? Girl goes. Then you send him photos of your guys in the hotel room. Yes. Girl goes. You didn't tell him you didn't like it until you saw him with Carisha. Right? Who was Young Miami and Turks, right? Jane. Yes. So she didn't tell him that she didn't like none of what she was doing until she seen him with Young Miami and Turks. Yes. It was very hurtful after enduring what I endured. No, it wasn't hurt. You just threatened a man and said, how was it hurtful when you threatening him that you won't give him what he wants on Valentine's Day unless he come back from the trip with Gina? What did you endure? You understand what I'm saying? Amazing, man. Wow. Combs, girl goes, you reached out to Cabral, Jane, under the pressure of my lover. And she go now, once again, not accepting responsibility. You reached out to him. Yes, I did. Girl goes, you asked him and he gave you a man. He said you asked him and he gave the man a condom, right? Jane, at the very last minute, thank God. I don't even, like I said, sometimes I digress, right? Girl goes, you wrote to him, I loved and appreciated every detail you put into my birthday. Wow. At the very last minute, thank God. As if she wasn't doing oh God, you can't even like, you know how you see somebody and you don't really know their history? You know what I mean? They be wondering why guys ask girls about their body count and vice versa. I think it's important both ways, if you will, but I think it's a little bit more shunned upon women. It's unfair sometimes, right? But I'm just saying, when you see somebody and it's always been, OG told me this. He said, man, what people would consider average women. So the average women ain't the ones you got to worry about. It's the pretty ones, the real pretty ones, because they can have a whole bunch of guys, right? 9 times out of 10, you might catch something from them because they just, you know what I mean? They understand sometimes the power that they have. And this is not all, women by no stretch, but it was just an observation that I've always paid attention to that. Like yeah, you see her, oh yeah, she bad, she this, that, and the other. She constantly on her phone texting different guys. The guys coming up to her, asking her for her number and this, that, and the other. So yeah, it's always been one of those things, as you see right here. Like, she's a very pretty woman, and if you seen her and didn't know who she was, and you was like, oh, that's such and such baby mama. You know what I mean? You thinking that she's actually a catch, but she kind of been through she got tractor trailer miles on her, man, just from what she been involved in. Is she responsible? Yes. Is Diddy responsible for his part? Yes. But I mean, yeah. Check it out, y'all. Jane, I wrote that with regard to Sean. A girl goes, you wrote that to Sean. You stopped talking to him. Jane, I was heartbroken. I flew to Paris Fashion Week. Gara goes, you enjoyed it. Jane, yes. So she wasn't no prisoner. She rolled out. She rolled out. Gone. You know what I'm saying? Trying to get me another Bottega Veneta bag, man. Some Louis Vuitton. Some Gucci. You know what I mean? Some Alexander McQueen. Some, you know what I mean? Some of that high fashion, man. Diddy's girl. You know? When she said, all that I endured, it was like, if you listen to that, it was like somebody was making her stay to have to endure. If you listen to that statement, she was enduring something that somebody was holding her against her will. I mean, the way she said that, after all I endured. No, she chose to do that. You chose to be there. You know what I mean? So I mean, like I said, I really don't know, man. Harvey Weinstein found guilty, ladies and gentlemen. Harvey Weinstein is convicted again, ladies and gentlemen. Breaking news. Harvey Weinstein is right down the street from where Diddy is in another courtroom, and he just got convicted in his retrial. Check this out. Jane, this is a side note. Jane says she organized a hotel night after Combs left vacation earlier. Jane confirmed that she planned a hotel night for Valentine's Day that year after Sean Diddy Combs left the vacation he was on with another woman early. She said she decorated the hotel room with rose petals and planned to have 2 entertainers. Or men paid for those sexual encounters, right? In the room at once. Jane acknowledged that it was her idea to have 2 entertainers at once. And it was her first time doing that. Did you hear that, ladies and gentlemen? So after Diddy left that date that she threatened him about, or that vacation that she threatened him about, she said she decorated the hotel room with rose petals and planned to have 2 entertainers. Or men paid for those sexual encounters, she did, in the room at once. Jane acknowledged that it was her idea to have 2 entertainers at once. And it was her first time doing that. Amazing, y'all. This is what's going on. Jane also acknowledged texting hotel nights was fun, but says feelings were directed at Combs only. Huh? So she wants to separate the two, ladies and gentlemen. She's saying that the hotel nights were fun, but says the feelings were directed at Combs only. The jury saw more text between Sean Diddy Combs and Jane from about a week. So you see how hypocritical it is. So 1 minute she's saying she booked two entertainers for Valentine's Day for him, threaten them. If you don't come back, I'm not going to, give you nothing for your Valentine's Day. He comes back. She books hotel petals, rose petals, all of that stuff, right? And then later on, in text message, she basically said the hotel's nights were fun. But then she says, says feelings were directed at Combs only, right? Now, if the hotel nights was fun, that would mean the totality of the night. Now, you may feel for him in some other kind of way, right? So it says the jury saw more text between Sean Diddy Combs and Jane from about a week later in July 2022. In the messages, Combs suggests a hotel night with either Paul or another entertainer. When Jane told him she was kind of icked out by a boo-boo the other entertainer had, she was kind of icked out, like I guess he had a scar or something like that, by another entertainer had, Combs agreed that person was a no-go and arranged a hotel night with Paul according to the messages. Jane testified that Combs only gave her a choice between two entertainers as though it wasn't an option to skip a hotel night altogether. This manipulation, man, and come on, man, stop. It was an option to skip it altogether. All you had to do was tell him, no, I'm good. I'm not doing it. But then he would hold the rent over my head. Check it out, y'all. Here come the money again. Here come the money again. Check this out, y'all. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Listen, Garrett goes, this is a text message chain between you and Sean. March of 2023. On the second day, he wrote, sorry, I called you a bitch. I deserve this. Love, right? Jane, yes. He apologized for calling her a bitch. Garrett goes, he then writes, when can you come to Turks? Right? Jane, yes. Combs, Garrett goes, you sent him a heart emoji and wrote, what we have is special, right? Jane, yes. Listen to this, y'all. Garrett goes, the budget for your trip, listen. The budget for your trip was $100,000. Ladies and gentlemen, the lifestyle. Some people don't make $100,000 in a year. The budget for your trip was $100,000. Jane, yes. Garrett goes, and he spent $55,000. I don't know. See how she conveniently don't know about that? But she knew about the budget. And he spent $55,000. Wow. What are we doing here, ladies and gentlemen? Hit the like button, hit the share button, ladies and gentlemen. The glamorous life, absolutely. Absolutely, the glamorous life. Anthony X. Right? Yeah. Holy smokes. I told you she couldn't leave it, man. I'm telling you, she couldn't leave it alone. It gets addictive, man. See, the budget for your trip was $100,000. Jane, yes, Garrett goes, and he spent $55,000. I don't know. You coming with too many facts. Right? Wayne 704, thanks, I appreciate that, man. Free Puff. Like I said, man, this is crazy, dude. This is actually, this is unimaginable. And how in the hell this is Rico? I don't know. I'm sorry for calling you a bitch. Right? Wow. So look. So now, if the trip was so my thing, so was the trip part of the racketeering and corrupt organization? Was that part of the bribe or the coercion? Him saying, yo, when can you come to Turks? Right? Jane, yes. No, she didn't say, no, I don't want to come to Turks. I'm good. According to her, man, according to what we seeing here, you would have never thought she had the option. She couldn't let it go, though, man. She couldn't let it go. No. Girl goes, you felt he didn't like you up and leaving to Paris. Jane, no, he didn't. Girl goes, you went to the Mandarin Oriental and watched pornography with Sean. Jane, yes. Garrett goes, Sean asked you about bringing Dawn. Jane, given the situation, I said yes. Another freak off. Call her Freaky Deaky, man. Freaky Deaky. Pitiful, man. But like I said, listen, ladies and gentlemen, when they started this this direct examination of Jane, right? They propped her up as a victim. If I don't know how much you've been following along at this particular time, but if you still think, or from what you understand, if she's a victim, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I really don't. I really don't know what to tell you. You know, the type of money that was being spent on her, the type of lifestyle she was living. She was a willing participant. She even set some of it up. She even made threats about if he didn't do certain things, that she wasn't going to do what he wanted to do, and all of these other things. She totally understood that she had power. And like I said, from the prosecution's perspective, they tried to make this woman appear like she was a victim. She is no victim. She is a willing participant. A willing participant in their own sex life. It's not even a crime. It's not even, because once again, you can't, and as a juror, if I'm a juror and I'm looking at this, as a juror, I'm not sending Diddy to jail for this if don't nobody else go to jail. They just said that it was a conspiracy. When they lock up people in the mafia and think, most people, all of them go to jail. You know, you might have a few that might not go to jail. They might go to witness protection or whatever, or grant them immunity. You got a one-man conspiracy. And like I said, the violence and stuff, he's supposed to have been locked up for domestic violence. Nobody called the police. Neither did she when she said Diddy hit him, because she didn't want to give up the lifestyle. You can see the kind of money that's being blown. You can see the access. You can see all of these things that are going on, right? They say if the ties that bind you together are stronger than those that tear you apart, all will be well. And all was well in paradise, ladies and gentlemen, despite a few bumps in the road. This is crazy. This is crazy. And I'm talking about their paradise, not ours. Not what we think about it, right? Crazy, crazy, crazy. Garrett Ghost, you were happy Sean gave you a diamond. You were happy when Sean gave you a diamond. Jane, I thought it was sweet. Garrett Ghost, you were glad to get diamonds. Jane, I just wanted Sean. Stop it. You had Sean. You wrote, I wanted diamonds. So hold on. Look, check this out. So now, once again, like I say, living in a person's truth. Jeannie Garrett goes, you were happy, Sean, when she said you were happy when Sean gave you diamonds. I thought it was sweet. Garrett goes, you were glad to get diamonds. Jane, I just wanted Sean. You wrote, I wanted diamonds. The prosecution. Objection to the form. Judge, rephrase it. Wow. It's crazy, man. Hold on, check it out. I want y'all to hear this because this also is context that we didn't get. We're not getting through Inner City Press, but we appreciate everything that they're doing, right? Check this out. Diddy sent Jane, listen, y'all. Diddy sent Jane at least $13,000 for her birthday in February of 2023. She ain't talk about that though, did she? That's on top of her allowance, y'all. Listen. Diddy sent Jane at least $13,000 for her birthday in February of 2023, she testified. Jane acknowledged the money was for an outfit and her friends. Listen. For an outfit, ladies and gentlemen, and her friends who wanted to celebrate over dinner in Los Angeles. $13,000, ladies and gentlemen. You could give a motherfucker, the average person, $1,500 and they can get it cracking. Get a little table at the what's the name? I'd say $2,000. At the little club or whatever, have some drinks and so on and so forth. Jane said the birthday dinner was okay, but not great, and that she originally asked Diddy for $15,000. Ungrateful. Amazing, boy. Good God Almighty. Good God Almighty, boy. Diddy was also with Kalisha at the time, whose birthday was around the same date as hers, Jane testified. Oh, man. Wow. Wow. Man. See, that was something that we didn't get through Inner City Press. So I got like a couple of places where I get the information at, ladies and gentlemen. More importantly, ladies and gentlemen, what we going to do right now. Right now. Check it out, ladies. Basically, Garrett goes, do you remember telling Paul that you let Sean go, that you let Sean go too far and it was your fault? Jane, yes. Garrett goes, Your Honor, I think it's a good time to take a break. Gee, you see that cliffhanger right there, Jeannie Garrett goes left out there? You see that cliffhanger? Do you remember telling Paul that you let Sean go too far and it was your fault? Jane, yes. Garrett goes, Your Honor, you know what? I think it's time we take a good place to take a break. Okay, all rise. Great cliffhanger right there, ladies and gentlemen. Great cliffhanger. Oh, man. Ladies and gentlemen, like I told you before, if you have not gotten it, pick up the book, y'all. Behind the Walls with Tupac Shakur. Check out the interview over there on the Art of Dialogue. The book is on Amazon. It's a great book, great read. Stories that I had never heard, like I said before, and I bought the book myself. I think it's a great read, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, we're gonna be right back after the break. Don't go nowhere. Hit the like button, hit the share button. If you have not subscribed to the channel, please do so. We appreciate you very much, and we're gonna be back real soon. Ladies and gentlemen, we back. Broadcasting live, gavel to gavel, ladies and gentlemen. Appreciate your patience. Appreciate your patience, ladies and gentlemen. We are back. Back. Let's get Jane back in. Hit the like button. Hit the thumbs up, ladies and gentlemen. We're back. That was a great cliffhanger. That last piece of testimony, ladies and gentlemen. That was a great cliffhanger. She said, "I just wanted Sean." Now, you said you wanted diamonds. You know, you was Rihanna. Not like a diamond. We all back up in here, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, thank you guys for tuning in with me. Tell a friend. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, like I say, please do. B-Funk was good. Funk Mob. Yes, indeed. Robinwood, Eastport, Bywaters, 20, Napas Gardens. Parole. Money Mike. Diamonds Are Forever. Queen for Life. Alina Maddox was good. Germantown, Maryland. Yeah, that's what's up too. It's all good. Yup. Gravy. Let's see what they got for us, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see what they got for us. Teeny Garagos is back. Is back on the scene. Bringing Jane back in. You see, we wait ever so patiently. we go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get it. She's back with a maybe. Jane enters the jury. Judge Garagos, you may proceed. Garagos, you wrote, all I have in my mind right now is your passionate lovemaking, right? Jane, yes. Garagos, you saw him 2 weeks later and did not have a hotel night. Maybe. Man, she been lying, man. Look, every time it's not something that she could, that doesn't benefit her stance, it's always a maybe. And if you think the jury doesn't see this, then we must be fools. We must be fools. Amazing, y'all. Amazing, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. I can't believe it. You saw him 2 weeks later and did not have a hotel night. Jane, maybe. I don't know right now. All I know is when we did. Oh, man. Oh, man. He said maybe she don't remember nothing, y'all. How can we help her? How can we help refresh her memory, y'all? Tell her don't do it to Teeny Garagos, man. She ain't going for it. Let's go. uh, Garagos Combs. And Sean asks, how do you know they aren't cameras in the Airbnb, right? Jane, yes. I wrote, they could be covered by security. We just saw it's our anniversary. We would just say, I guess you're saying, we'll just say it's our anniversary and we want to cover them to feel comfortable. Oh, so she was with it. She was with it like Rihanna was with it. I'm sorry, Cassie. Cassie was telling them what? What was Cassie telling them? Cassie was telling them that they were married, right? Cassie was like, yeah, don't worry about my husband. You know what I mean? Yeah. Jane said, yes, I wrote that they could be covered by security, right? Basically, she said, we'll just, say, it's our anniversary and we want to cover them to feel comfortable. Oh, really? I'm just saying. What she's saying. Crazy, man. See, that's why they getting all of that testimony out that she's talking about right now, because, she's coming up. She's coming up with lies, excuses. You know what I mean? If you really if you really feeling like you enduring all of this, you're not going through all of that trouble. Like, man, I'm staying away from this guy. But that just simply didn't happen. You know? Simply didn't happen, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, and the first part, let's play the voice note. I believe there's no objection. Call me. I don't have it on my list, but if Miss Garagos represents I have no objection, I won't. Give me a minute. I'll move on. Did you ask about the hotels or Airbnbs? Yes. That's funny. They're funny. Here we go. Let's go. Combs, what did you write to Sean? Jane, you make my child so happy. I love you. She sobs. She cries. Oh my God. You make my child so happy. Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not a RICO case, ladies and gentlemen. Take as much Garagos than made her cry on the stand, y'all. It is. Boom. Bombshell. You make my child so happy. I love you. Sobs. 50 need to shake Diddy hand when he see him. Diddy was a good dude. He was, like I said, he had strange like sexual ways and things that he liked. You know what I mean? He might was a cuck and all of that other stuff, but she said Garagos told her, take as much time as you need. Jane, I do remember. Garagos, are you ready, Jane? Yes. Garagos, in this, where are you? A hotel night. A Garagos, a 3136, a sealed. Ladies and gentlemen, I told you, man, Teeny Garagos ain't no joke. Huh? Right. This is, you're talking about a relationship where, the guy meets her son. You make my son so happy. This ain't no fucking RICO, man. They done play this. This is crazy. This is crazy. The government, man, what is going on, man? We see it right here, right now. Like I said, Tisa Tell's gonna tell us something else different, y'all. Hit the like button, hit the share button, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, she pulling up receipts. But Alina, it's not even when she starts. I'm not gonna blame her for why she here. She's here under the guise of not being charged and not going to jail. I understand the dynamic. Diddy paid for her lawyer. Her lawyer got her immunity, right? Diddy, like, you gotta, and I understand. Diddy he gotta stand tall through it all. You know what I mean? The facts are the facts. The lies will be exposed. You know what I mean? So it doesn't really matter. I know why she's here. And on direct examination, she was doing basically saying what it was. She couldn't lie, you know what I mean? Or she'll risk perjuring herself, right? This right here is factual information through documentation. You can't run from it, right? You know? And it's like you sit here and you think about, she think about her son, and it's like you think about how good he was to your son and all of this, you know, and you know, and her being there, number one, you know, is thinking about her son not going to jail or something like that. You know what I mean? You know, it is what it is, man. Like I said, with a tangle web we weave, you know? So, yeah, I mean, you know, but the media won't record it like that. They might say, oh, she broke down on the stand, right? Check this out, y'all. Check it out. Look at this right here. Look. Here we go. Here we go. Look, Combs. And this 3152, it is a message after the hotel night saying, I love living in the moment with you. It was our little party, rosé, whatever we're saying. Is that a moon emoji? Comey. Your Honor, may we approach? Judge, yes. Break. They can't handle it. Here come that goddamn truth, boy. Here come that goddamn truth. And they can't handle it. You see Tina Gargos ain't playing. She ain't doing no hostile witness. She says, Gargos says, and this 3152 exhibit, is it a message after a hotel night saying, I love living in the moment with you? It was our little party, a rosé, whatever we're saying. Is that a moon emoji? And Comey says, you know what, Your Honor, may we approach? Yes, because this is not what they painted it out to be, ladies and gentlemen. The truth is coming out, y'all. There's no way a jury can convict. There's no way. There's no way. And they got ample enough evidence to prove, like I said once again, this lady said that this guy was doing X, Y, and Z. She just testified. This is documentation. This is documented information. Do not let nobody else sway you. CNN, ABC, CBS, none of these other networks and their people and their minions come out and sway you with anything else. This is gavel to gavel coverage, ladies and gentlemen. Live from the courtroom. Tina Garagos says, in this 3152 exhibit, is it a message after a hotel night saying, I love living in the moment with you? It was our, not yours, not mine. It was our little party, rosé, whenever we're saying, is that a moon emoji? Hello, is that a moon emoji? Your Honor, may I approach? May we approach? No, you need her to answer the question. That's what you needed to do. Stop playing with us over here like we don't know what's going on, ladies and gentlemen. Stop playing with us like we don't know what's going on. What Jack Nicholson say? You can't handle the truth. Huh? You can't handle the truth. Hello. Hit that like button, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the share button. If you standing outside the gate, come on in and hit that subscription button. Yeah, we ain't asking for nothing but your time. We ain't asking for nothing but your time, ladies and gentlemen. Hit that subscription button. Unlike everybody else, we ain't asking for nothing but your time. Because everything, if it's meant to be, it's going to be. Because that's what it's meant to be, right? Hello. Let's go. Absolutely. Mm-hmm. Nothing but your time, ladies and gentlemen. You see it right here. She broke down and cried, man. Yeah, it's made up. Yeah, it's made up. He said, that long for here, but y'all fool, man. He say, shit, all Puffy drag his mink on the floor. Ain't no, hey, Kim West, don't do that to yourself, Kim. Kim, they said that this lady here is a victim, Kim. We don't do, we're not pretending to see anything, Kim. Come on now. You got to be real with yourself. What are the charges, Kim? Kim, break it down for us in the chat. We have Kim West here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give Kim West some attention. Kim, break it down. Articulate to us what are the charges that we're not seeing, Kim. Please help us understand this. We need you to give it to us, Kim. Corey Simmons in the place. QP, Letitia, Through Monger, Ray Johnson, Wayne 704, Peace 4100, Tanya V, Gerald Pipers, Martin Dixon, Brian Dow, Keyshawn in the building. Let's go. She must don't got no real evidence. She over there saying stuff. You know how people, she over there just saying stuff. It don't mean nothing. She just saying stuff. For lack of a better explanation. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. The sidebar is over. We're back at the main bar. Let's go. Y'all ignoring the other charges. We ain't ignoring nothing. Explain to us what the charges is in 5 seconds. Miss West, I bet you can't do it without going to look it up. Sidebar, Combs, Garagos, Jane, jumping ahead, DX 3171. Is this a message chain between you and Mr. Combs on August 9th, 2023? Jane, yes. Garagos, Mr. Combs writes, movie night off the charts. You say you agree, right? Jane, yes. Garagos, and then the All-Star night canceled by the hurricane, right? Jane, yes. Garagos, and then you heard Mr. Combs on a podcast in Croatia where he said he had had sex on the yacht trip. You said he lied to you. Jane, it hurt my feelings. But you said he lied to you. They're getting to the part, because they tried to address this earlier in the case where she said that they wanted to strike that from the record based on the fact that Diddy was honest with her from the beginning. But she said that he lied to her. So that's basically what they were talking about. Yeah, man. She was with it. Then the sad part, that's what I said. Is when somebody try to weaponize information against you, right? It's like, you know, they're taking something like they got that from Cassie's lawsuit, and they turned Cassie's lawsuit basically into a RICO case. You know, crazy, 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 crazy. Excuse me. She said, "You said he lied to me." Like I said, for most people that don't know, um, Diddy told her the truth in the beginning. So when she said he lied to me about that podcast situation, uh, he actually didn't lie to her. Give me 1 minute, ladies and gentlemen. Back, I'm back, I'm back. Yeah, so let's see what else. Whatever kind of context that we can bring into the game. I need a break, break. We still on that. They still on that. They still on that. Okay. Look, check this out. Watch this. When it's not popping on one end, we're gonna pop it on the other. Watch this. Here we go, right here, look. Basically, Garrett goes, let's talk about June 2023. You helped take care of Sean after his surgery, correct? Jane, yes. Garrett goes, and during that time, there were no hotel nights. Jane, no, not in June. Garrett goes, but in early July, you and Sean had a hotel night, yes? She said, yes. Garrett goes, the next day you sent him a message, didn't you? I did. Garrett goes, reading, I love you so much. I really love spending time with you. Jane begins dabbing her eyes with tissue, appearing emotional. Sidebar. They're at another sidebar. Sidebar. They're at another sidebar, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, we got a little bit, you know, when one don't come through, we got something else a little bit more in depth. 55, 56, let's go. Sidebar. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. We bringing the A game. Nah, I mean what it says is that she still love him. Despite all of this whole craziness that they done tried to really, you know, you can have somebody try to create a narrative, right? Try to create a story around something. You know what I mean? But the truth of the matter is totally something different. She was hurt. She was jealous. She said all of those things, right? But the government took this case from what Cassie said and her civil case and tried to reformulate it into a RICO case. I mean, come on, it's clear. The girl, he's still paying her rent. She had to mean something to him. She took care of him when he had his surgery. Right? I mean, it's clear. I mean, very clear. Ooh, man. What's going on with that? Still in the sidebar, ladies and gentlemen. You see that different reaction. The next day you send him a message. Did you? I did. Yargos reading aloud. I love you so much. I really spend time with you. James begins dabbing her eyes with tissue, appearing emotional. Ladies and gentlemen, this was not a Rico case. She was not being sex trafficked, ladies and gentlemen. No matter how much they tried to make it seem that way. It's just as simple as that. When they asked Cassie, did she love him? She's like, I love what we had, you know? And that's not just a little bit of what they had. That's what they had actually, right? So, yeah. That part, those parts, yeah. So do she still love Diddy or what, ladies and gentlemen? Do she still love him? If you believe in the chat that she still love him, give me the thumbs up. I'm just asking for a friend. Yeah, she still do. It's like, dude, after all of, you know what I mean? After all that they tried to present and how they tried to make it seem, right? Yeah. Like I said, I understand the perspective. Fatima McGarrett, what's good? Fatima McGarrett, I'm sorry, what's good? R. Hill, Kane, Annan Lee, Mo Better, Sammy Duke, Tanya V, Deidre James, Andre Styles, Sean Keith the Bonner. She had an emotional breakdown. They needed a sidebar, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. They're back. Out of the sidebar. Let's go. Oh no, that was the first sidebar. They done had so many damn sidebars. Okay, here we go. They got some pictures on this one. Let's rock with this. Check it out. We on 58, ladies and gentlemen. We back. 58. Girl goes, you propose a zero bond or Casa Cipriani after these two private clubs. Are these two private clubs? I'm sorry. You propose zero bond or Casa Cipriani. Are these two private clubs in New York? Jane, yes. Garagos, but you ended up going to a lounge, right? Jane, yes. Garagos, and after you rejected the new entertainer for lack of chemistry, you call Cabral. Yes. See? So she's making conscious decisions, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Garagos, and you said you were high that night and felt fear, and you let Cabral do things you usually didn't allow, correct? Jane, yes. Garagos, and then you wrote to Mr. Combs, I love you so much, correct? I did. So I don't know what she let him do that she normally wouldn't let him do, but she testified that she did. So hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the share button. Subscribe to the channel if you have not already, ladies and gentlemen. Appreciate you. Amazing. This is amazing, y'all. Here we go. A lot of getting high, a lot of loving. A lot of loving, a lot of getting high, a lot of doing a whole bunch of stuff, man. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Girl goes, Jane, while you were on a flight to New York, Mr. Combs sent you something, correct? Jane, yes. He sent me a link. Girl goes, what was the link? It was a profile for an entertainer he wanted to hire once I got there. Girl goes, and how did you respond? I sent a thumbs up emoji. Girl goes, were you agreeing to it? Jane, not necessarily. I was just confirming that I saw it. Girl goes, so the thumbs up wasn't enthusiasm? No, thumbs up can also be a little bit sarcastic, according to her. A girl goes, you spoke about a sobriety party. You resented him for it, right? Jane, yes. Girl goes, you had wanted to break up with him after you saw him with Gina. Jane, there were so many times I wanted to break up with him. A girl goes, you were in Equinox parking lot and you tried to break up with him, right? Jane, yes. Girl goes, let me play you an audio recording. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Girl goes, you were in... Okay, the audio recording. Here we go. So many times I wanted to break up with him. You were in an Equinox parking lot and you tried to break up with him, right? Jane, Gary goes, let me play you an audio recording. A Combs voice. Were you both, he said, were you both tripping? Jane's voice. We need to pick each other up. So I guess he said, we were both tripping. And Jane said, we need to pick each other up. Okay. So it wasn't just all him? We just try and figure it out, ladies and gentlemen. We just try and figure it out. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. A girl goes, Jane, in October 2023, you and Mr. Combs were having arguments. What were they about? Jane, he was spending time with Gina, one of his other girlfriends. I told him she brought drama into our relationship. Girl goes, drama? Girl goes ready to tell Jane she tripping. You mean drama? What you mean? He told you he was with other women? Watch this shit. This is funny, dude. Wow. Yeah, people's expectations, man. Yeah, it's crazy. She said, drama? What you talking about? You tripping. He told you he was seeing other people, right? Check it out. She's like, girl, please. Here we go, look. Jane, yes, they had a lot of public problems. It affected me. He brought that negativity into our space. Garrett goes, and during one of these arguments, did Mr. Combs send you a message? Jane, yes, he did. Garrett goes, what did it say? Jane, he texted, girl, stop. You know I don't feed into this. I need you. You're the only thing that's going to put me at peace, please. Girl goes, you thought the hotel nights put him at peace. Jane, yes. But he was telling you that you put him at peace, girl. Stop tripping. He just said, girl, stop. He didn't put the tripping at the end, right? Girl, stop. You know I don't feed into this. I need you. He said, I need you. You're the only thing that's going to put me at peace. Please. Girl goes, you thought the hotel nights put him at peace. Jane, yes. So that's basically explaining that it is a different feeling from his mouth to her ears versus what she had been saying. Jane, stop this crazy thing you doing, girl. It's crazy, man. Uh-oh. Talking about Cassie again, y'all. Okay, we can go this route then. Oh, so something went wrong, ladies and gentlemen. It's all good. We're going to take it back and do it like this. Okay. I still got it up over here. So basically it says, he said, girl, stop. 67, girl goes. And that's part of why you agreed to them, right? To the hotel nights. She's saying that the hotel nights, she said, you thought the hotel nights put him at peace. Jane said, yes. He said, and you thought the hotel nights, she said, and that's part of why you agreed to them, right? Jane, yes, I thought those encounters brought him peace. A girl goes, no entertainers that night. Jane, right. But it was after the video in Cassie's lawsuit was made public. Jane, yes. Wow. Uh-huh. So now that explains a little bit about it, a little bit more about it. We'll be back on, y'all. Let's go. This takes a minute to get it. Boom. Bam. We on. Let's go. Check it out. Garagos, you used the word unfortunately when describing that night, but you agreed to it, correct? Jane, I did. So you regret now that you agreed to it? Is that fair? Jane, I resent him. I resent him for knowing how much I loved him and how much I couldn't say no to him. So here you go, ladies and gentlemen. This right here, she doesn't really know what's going on because now she's caught up in her feelings. But right now, this is where she's showing that she's been hurt. And like I said, understandably so. But like I said in the beginning, Diddy was honest with her, right? He was honest with her about what was going on. And she said, I love him. She said, you're saying resentment, but do you regret it? Jane said, once again, she's in her feelings. I resent him. Girl goes, and you regret it, right? I believe resent and regret lie in the same feelings. See, once again, I told you she in her feelings right now. So she resent him, and she said, you regret it, right? So basically, Jeannie Garagos just got her to admit to what she wanted her to admit to. Right? As simple as that. I don't know what Jane was thinking when she went through that just now. Jeannie Garagos took her on that ride. She said, I believe resent and regret lie in the same feelings. Okay. So you regret it. You regret what you did, right? So it wasn't a crime. You regret it. You made a mistake. You resent him. You angry with him, right? She said, I couldn't say no to him. He had the power. Oh yeah, you could. You threatened him about the freak off night. You could do that. Come on now. Now she's incapable. Stop with this incapability, lady. Ladies and gentlemen, Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, check it out, check it out, check it out. And I'm so pleased to have had you here today. The court has been adjourned. What a beautiful cliffhanger, ladies and gentlemen. Jane, I resent him. I resent him for knowing how much I loved him and how I couldn't say no to him. Garagos, you're saying resentment, but do you regret it? Jane, I resent him. Garagos, and you regret it, right? I believe resent and regret lie in the same feelings. Court has been adjourned for the day, ladies and gentlemen. I thank you for coming through today. Apologize for any technical difficulties. I ain't in charge of those. I'm only in charge of giving you the straight game as effectively as possible. Once again, like I said, it's always a pleasure. I'll be back here tomorrow, and we'll do it. Hopefully, they'll start court on time like it's supposed to tomorrow. But it's been a pleasure. The pleasure's all mine. Like I said, the book, Behind the Walls with Tupac Shakur on Amazon. The interview is up with the author over at the Art of Dialogue. Behind the Walls with Tupac Shakur, Rikers Island. A great read for all my readers out there. Like I say, I appreciate you. Have a blessed day. Your boy DELRAY, the straight game. And thank you for coming through. One love.
Life is like cards. It's not what you dealt, but how you play it. Play each situation correctly. I remember they used to laugh at a brother